close your eyes or let them drift wherever they want to go. You don't need to focus. You don't need to pay attention in the sharp, demanding way that the world usually asks of you. All you need to do right now is listen and let the words wash over you like warm water, like the familiar sound of a television in the next room when you were young and someone else was still awake. We're going somewhere tonight that is both familiar and strange. We're going to Springfield, that soft, golden, impossible town that exists somewhere between memory and dream. You've seen it before. You know the yellow faces, the overbites, the four fingers. You know the couch, the nuclear plant. The way the show always begins with Bart writing something on a chalkboard that you can never quite read fast enough. But what you may not know, or what you may have half remembered, and then let slide away like most half memories do, is the darkness underneath it all. The sadness that the show never quite says out loud, but that was always there, embedded in every joke, hiding behind every pratfall, sitting quietly in the background of every scene like a guest who arrived early and never left. Springfield is a comedy. Springfield has always been a comedy, but the characters who live there have stories that are anything but funny when you look at them slowly. When you take the time to sit with them and ask what is really going on beneath the bright yellow surface. That's what we're doing tonight. We're going slowly. We're going gently. We're going deep. Get comfortable. Take a breath. Let your shoulders drop. Let's begin. Section 1. Homer Simpson, the broken man behind the laughs. There's a version of Homer Simpson that the world decided to laugh at and then never stopped laughing at, and in doing so, never really looked at him at all. He is the bumbling father. He is the man who reaches for a donut and falls off a ladder. He is the man who says something stupid at Thanksgiving and ruins the meal. He is the man who falls asleep in church, who drives off the road, who forgets his children's names, who strangles his son with both hands every time he is pushed too far. He is a joke. He has always been a joke. The show is built around the joke of him. But sit with Homer for a while. Slow everything down. Look at what is actually there underneath the gags, underneath the yellow skin and the round belly and the 5 o'clock shadow that has been there since 1989 and will never, ever go away. What you find when you look slowly is a man who was broken very early and very quietly, and who has been trying to survive that breakage ever since with the only tools he was given, which were not very good tools at all. Homer J. Simpson was born on May 12th. Though the show contradicts this enough times that even the date feels unstable, like most things about Homer's interior life. He was born to Abraham Simpson and Mona Simpson in a time and a place that should have been warm and safe and wasn't, not for long, not in the ways that matter. His mother left when he was young. That is the foundational fact of Homer's life, the one that everything else is built on top of. And the show takes a long time to fully reveal it. For most of the series' early seasons, Homer's mother is simply absent. She is not mentioned. She is not mourned. She is a gap in the story that the show doesn't even flag as a gap, which is perhaps the most honest thing it could have done, because that is exactly how childhood grief works. You don't always know what you're missing. You just feel the shape of it, the negative space where something should be. Mona Simpson, we eventually learn, was a political radical. She was a woman of deep conviction who became involved with an underground resistance movement, and in fleeing from government pursuit, made the choice, or was forced into making the choice. The line between those two things is blurrier than it sounds. To leave her young son behind. She left Homer with Abraham. She disappeared. And Homer grew up believing for most of his childhood and much of his adult life that his mother had simply chosen not to be there, that she had looked at him and decided he was not worth staying for. Think about what that does to a child. Not the dramatic version of it, not the version where the child turns to the camera and explains his pain. Think about the quiet version, the version where the child just incorporates it, files it away somewhere, decides without deciding that this is what love looks like. It leaves, it disappears, it has other things to do. Homer never processes this. That's the thing. He never sits down with someone and unpacks what his mother's absence meant. He never has a breakthrough. He has reunions, brief and bittersweet ones. And he has the moment of her death, which the show renders with more genuine tenderness than almost anything else in its history. But the underlying wound, the belief that he is fundamentally not worth staying for, that never gets treated, it just sits there under everything, informing everything. And then there's Abraham. Abe Simpson is played as a joke for most of the show's run. He rambles. He confuses decades. He tells stories about walking uphill both ways. He is the show's shorthand for irrelevant old age, for the comedy of someone who has outlived their usefulness and doesn't know it. He is in a retirement home. He is forgotten. But the relationship between Homer and Abe is one of the most genuinely painful things the show has ever depicted. And it depicted it mostly by not depicting it, by leaving it in the gaps. Abe Simpson was not a good father. This is not something the show shouts. It is something it whispers in episode after episode, in the small moments where we see how Homer was raised. Abe was cold. Abe was critical. Abe placed on Homer's young shoulders a weight of expectation and disappointment that no child should have to carry. And then, when Homer inevitably buckled under that weight, Abe used the buckling as evidence that he'd been right to be disappointed. It is the oldest and cruelest parenting trap there is. Engineering failure and then treating the failure as proof. There is an episode, one of the most devastating 22 minutes the show ever produced, where Homer discovers that Abe once had a chance to come to a Woodstock-adjacent concert with a woman he loved, and chose instead to stay home and be responsible, where Homer's entire existence is framed by Abe himself as the reason his dreams died. Your birth, Abe essentially says to his son, was the end of my life, and Homer hears this. Homer, who forgets everything, who cannot hold a thought in his head for longer than 30 seconds, hears this and carries it. He always carries everything, even when it looks like he doesn't. That's the trick of Homer. That's the thing the laughing obscures. Now add to this the crayon. In the episode HOMR, which aired in 2001 and remains one of the most quietly radical things the show ever did, Homer discovers something extraordinary. A crayon lodged deep in his brain, pushed up through his nostril, when he was a child, that has been physically suppressing his intelligence for decades. He gets it removed. His IQ rises to 105. Not genius level, not remarkable, just verge. Just functional. And Homer briefly becomes different. He becomes a person who reads, who notices things, who processes the world with the kind of clarity that had always been available to him physiologically, but had been chemically blocked. He writes a damning report on the safety failures of the nuclear plant. He develops a genuine friendship with Lisa based on an intellectual exchange. He is, for a few episodes worth of time, the person he might have been. And then he puts the crayon back. He asks to have the crayon reinserted because being smart is too painful. Because clarity for Homer is not liberation, it's torment. When he can see things clearly, he sees how much he has missed. He sees the gap between who he is and who he could have been. He sees the ways he has failed his children, his wife, himself, and he cannot live with that level of self-awareness. He would rather be comfortably numb. He would rather have the crayon back, the warm fog of it, the blessed stupidity that keeps him from having to feel the full weight of his own life. This is not played for laughs, or rather, it is. The show wraps it in jokes, as the show wraps everything in jokes. But underneath the jokes, it is one of the most honest depictions of self-protective ignorance ever put on television. Homer chooses not to know. He chooses the comfort of the fog over the clarity of the light, because the light shows him things he cannot survive seeing. How many people do that? How many people have a metaphorical crayon they return to again and again? Because the alternative is consciousness, and consciousness is too hard? Homer's relationship with Marge is another layer to excavate slowly. They met in high school. She was ambitious, serious, artistic. He was a disaster in sneakers. The show has told this story many times and in many ways, but the through line is consistent. Marge chose Homer. She chose him when smarter, more stable options were available. She chose him with her whole heart, and the choice cost her. This is not a reading the show pushes. The show tends to romanticize the Homer-Marge love story, tends to frame it as proof that love conquers all, that the right person is the right person regardless of circumstance. And in some episodes, it earns that framing. In some episodes, the love between Homer and Marge is so genuine and so specific that it works. It really works, and you believe in it completely. But in other episodes, the quieter ones, the ones that sit with Marge rather than just using her as a straight man to Homer's chaos, you see what the choice has meant for her. You see the career she didn't have, the art she stopped making, the stability she never achieved, the hundreds of small moments where she put herself last because she had chosen to love someone who would always need to come first. Not because he demanded it, but because he was simply too much, too needy, too present, too broken. And being married to someone like that means filling the gaps constantly, endlessly, without rest. Homer loves Marge. That is not in question. But love and harm are not opposites. You can love someone and still cost them something real. There is also the question of what Homer does with his emotional overload when Marge isn't enough of a container for it. The answer, most of the time, is alcohol. Homer's drinking is played as comedy, the Duff beer, the bar stool at Moe's, the way his eyes light up at the thought of a cold one. It is one of the show's most reliable laugh generators and has been since the beginning. But Homer drinks the way people drink when they are trying to survive. He drinks the way people drink when they have too many feelings and not enough language for them. He drinks the way people drink when the world is too loud and their own interior life is too loud, and the only solution they have found that works reliably, even temporarily, is to turn the volume down. Moe's Tavern is not just a set piece. For Homer, it is a refuge. It is the place he goes when he cannot go home and cannot go to work, and cannot be the father and the husband and the employee and the son and the neighbor. When all of those roles are crushing him and he needs somewhere to just be a man sitting on a stool drinking something cold. There is dignity in that even as there is sadness in it. There is something recognizably human in the need for a place that asks nothing of you. And then there is Homer's intelligence, or rather, the question of it. The show establishes fairly early that Homer was, at some point, capable of more than he became. There are moments where his instincts are sharp, where his emotional intelligence cuts through, where he says something that is genuinely wise and then immediately undercuts it with a non sequitur. There are the moments with Maggie, particularly early in the series, where Homer's love for his youngest child produces a kind of eloquence in him, a gentleness that the rest of his life doesn't seem to generate. The crayon episode is the most explicit treatment of this, but the undercurrent runs through everything. Homer is not stupid. Homer is someone who has adapted to being treated as stupid, who has metabolized other people's expectations of him and made them his own, who has built an entire personality around not being expected to be more than he appears to be. Because the last time he tried to be more than he appeared to be, something pushed him back. The crayon. His father's contempt, his mother's absence, the endless small lessons that taught him his place. His job at the nuclear power plant is perhaps the most quietly devastating element of Homer's life. He works for a man who would not notice if he died. This is not hyperbole, Mr. Burns, Homer's employer, has forgotten Homer's name in almost every episode they share. In a show built on recurring gags, this is one of the most persistent. Burns looks at Homer and sees nothing. Not even a person, really. Just a unit of labor, a face that keeps appearing in his peripheral vision, a name he has to be reminded of every single time. Homer has worked at the nuclear power plant for his entire adult life. He works in a job that could kill him, that probably has given him low-level radiation exposure for decades, that requires a level of responsibility he is often not equipped to meet, in a building run by a man who is actively, gleefully malevolent toward his workforce. And Homer does not leave. Not in any sustained way. He leaves in individual episodes and then returns. He leaves because the plot requires it, and then the plot requires him back. He stays because staying is what you do when you have a family and bills, and no other realistic options and a self-image that doesn't include the word escape. He stays because Marge needs the health insurance. He stays because Bart and Lisa and Maggie need food on the table. He stays because the alternative is uncertainty, and Homer, for all his apparent chaos, is terrified of uncertainty. He was terrified of it as a child, and the terror never left. There are moments in the show, small ones, blinkable, where Homer is aware of all of this, where the fog clears just enough for him to see his life with some clarity, and the seeing is too much. In And Maggie Makes Three, when we learn that Homer had finally achieved his dream of working at the bowling alley, had actually gotten there, had left the plant, and found something that made him feel like himself. And then Marge told him she was pregnant again and he had to go back. Had to walk back into Burns's office with his hat in his hand and ask for his job back. Had to watch Burns take a photo of him and put it on the wall under the sign that read, "Don't forget, you're here forever." Except Homer didn't leave it at that. We see at the end of that episode that he has covered the sign with photos of Maggie. So it reads now, "Do it for her." It is one of the most quietly devastating and quietly beautiful things the show has ever done. Homer taking his imprisonment and refusing to let it be only an imprisonment. Homer finding a reason inside the trap. Homer doing what Homer always does, which is find a way to love something in the middle of the wreckage. Find a reason to keep going even when the going should, by any reasonable measure, have stopped. He is a broken man. He was broken before the show started, that did, and he never got fixed. But he is also, in his way, a man who keeps trying, who keeps showing up, who drives his daughter to the National Spelling Bee and sits in the audience in his best clothes and cheers even though he doesn't understand half the words and probably fell asleep twice. Who teaches his son to fish even though the lessons never stick. Who holds Marge's hand in the dark. Homer Simpson is not a hero. He is not a role model. He is not someone you should emulate or aspire to be. But he is real in the way that really matters. He is someone who carries more than you can see, who fails more than he's forgiven for, who loves more than he knows how to express, who is trapped in a life that is bigger than him and smaller than him simultaneously. He is, in his yellow, four-fingered, donut-smudged way, all of us. If you've made it this far into the darkness of Springfield, drop a comment below telling me where you are in the world and what time it is. There's something beautiful about knowing that people everywhere are letting this wash over them in the dark. And if you want more nights like this one, More slow dives into the stories beneath the stories, then subscribe. The button is right there. It costs you nothing, and it means more than you know. Now, let's keep going. Section 2, Marge Simpson, the weight of holding everything together. There is a type of person that every family has, and every group of friends has, and every workplace has, and that type of person is the one who holds everything together. Who notices when someone is about to fall apart and quietly arranges the landing? Who tracks the emotional weather of every room they enter and adjusts themselves accordingly, becomes what the room needs, smooths the air without anyone ever asking them to or thanking them for it. Marge Simpson is that person. She has always been that person. And the show, for the most part, treats this as comedy. She frets, she worries, she makes a strangled sound in her throat. That low, resonant hum that has become one of television's most recognizable sound effects. When something goes wrong or threatens to go wrong or seems like it might eventually go wrong at some unspecified future point, she is the straight man, the worrier, the voice of reasonable concern that the show overrules episode after episode in favor of whatever absurd adventure Homer or Bart has kicked off this week. But sit with Marge. Look at her slowly, the way she deserves to be looked at. Look at the blue hair and the patient eyes and the apron and the hands that are always busy, always doing something, always in service of someone else's need. Look at the life she is living and ask yourself, what did she want? What did she dream about before the dreams got replaced with schedules and grocery lists and the particular quiet grief of watching yourself become someone you didn't plan to be? She was an artist. This is something the show mentions and then forgets, and then remembers, and then forgets again. In the cyclical way, it handles everything about Marge that makes her more than a supporting character. She could paint. She had a real talent for it. Not hobbyist talent. Not the modest skill that people with modest skill always describe as just something I do for fun. But actual, genuine, artistic ability. In the episode where she paints a nude portrait of Mr. Burns, the painting is extraordinary. It captures something true about him, something that his money and his power and his monstrous ego cannot protect him from. She sees him. The painting sees him. And what happens to that gift? What happens to the artist? She puts her art supplies in a closet and takes them out occasionally when the plot requires it. She uses them for a community project, or to demonstrate a point to Lisa, or to set up a joke. The art is always in service of something else. It is never just hers. This is the pattern of Marge's life. Her gifts, her desires, herself. These things are always contextualized as belonging to someone else's story. Her intelligence is in service of managing Homer. Her warmth is in service of Bart's chaos. Her stability is in service of Lisa's anxiety. Her patience is in service of Maggie's needs. She is endlessly useful to everyone around her, and her own story is forever background. And she accepts this. That's what makes it complicated, what keeps it from being simple tragedy. Marge is not a passive victim of her circumstances. She chose Homer. She chooses in every episode to stay. She chooses repeatedly and actively the family over the self. Not because she has been coerced, but because she believes in the family. She loves them. The love is real, and it runs deep, and it is the core of who she is. But love is not the same as fulfillment, and the show knows this even when it doesn't say it. There is the episode where Marge gets addicted to gambling. It is played in the show's register as comedy. Marge at the slot machines. Marge forgetting to cook dinner. Marge with the glazed eyes of someone who has found something that is purely hers, purely exciting, purely not Homer, not Bart, not the kitchen, not the neighbors, not the endless maintenance of other people's lives. The gambling is an escape. It is the relief of irresponsibility for a woman who has never been allowed to be irresponsible. It is the sensation of wanting something just for herself and pursuing it without consulting anyone. And of course, it becomes a problem. Of course, she has to stop. The show is not interested in the version of Marge that gets to be selfish. The show is interested in the version of Marge that learns her lesson, comes back to the family, restores order, and goes back to being the woman holding everything together. Because that is her role. That is the box the show put her in and cannot afford to let her out of. Because if Marge stops holding things together, there is nothing left to hold. But the gambling episode leaves something behind. It leaves the image of Marge's face at the slot machine, a face that is not anxious, not worried, not responsible, not even particularly happy in a warm or loving way, but simply alive in a way that the rest of her life doesn't allow for. It leaves the evidence that there is a part of Marge that the family can't reach, a part that needs something the family cannot provide. Her relationship with her sisters, Patty and Selma, is one of the show's great sources of comedy and one of its great sources of unexamined darkness. Patty and Selma hate Homer. They have hated Homer from the beginning, with the sustained and cheerful contempt of people who know something that the other person doesn't want to hear and who have decided to say it anyway, every time for the rest of their natural lives. And the thing they know is this: Marge could have done better. They say it constantly in different ways with different degrees of malice. Homer is lazy, Homer is stupid, Homer is a failure. Homer is the reason Marge's life turned out the way it did. And Marge defends him every time. She pushes back against her sisters with a loyalty that is both admirable and somewhat heartbreaking, because the defense always costs her something, always requires her to minimize or overlook or reframe something real about the man she married. The sisters aren't entirely wrong. That's the uncomfortable thing. Their delivery is cruel. Their motives are at least partly selfish. They want Marge close. They don't want to lose her to a marriage that works. But the underlying observation is not wrong. Homer is not easy to be married to. Homer is, in many ways, not easy to even be near. He requires management. He requires constant recalibration. He requires a kind of love that is also a kind of labor. And Marge provides it, has always provided it, will always provide it, without ever being fully recognized for the providing. She had, at several points in the show's history, the possibility of a different life. The show returns to this in various forms. The reoccurring character of Artie Ziff, her high school boyfriend, the smart one, the socially successful one, the one who went on to become a millionaire while Homer went on to become Homer, represents the road not taken, and every time he appears, the show carefully constructs a scenario that reassures us. The road not taken was not actually better. Artie is self-absorbed. Artie is obsessive. Artie could not have loved Marge the way Homer loves Marge. And maybe that's true. But the reassurance is a little too careful, a little too constructed. It works a little too hard to tell us that Marge made the right choice, which suggests, underneath, the anxiety that perhaps she didn't. There is also Marge's mental health, or rather the question of it, the one the show approaches and retreats from over and over. The gray hair. Marge's hair is blue, famously, iconically blue, but at the roots, at the base of the tower of it, it is gray. She has dyed it blue since she was a teenager, since the blue was a choice she made about who she wanted to be, and she has maintained it ever since. It is one of the small, consistent details of the show that carries more weight than it first appears to. Underneath the vibrant, maintained exterior, there is gray. There is the natural color, the undyed truth of her, hidden under the performance of color. She tends it constantly. She keeps it maintained. She does not let the gray show. In a season 6 episode, Marge develops a crippling anxiety disorder that prevents her from attending the children's activities. She freezes. She cannot move. And the episode treats this with something approaching genuine seriousness. It acknowledges that Marge's endless competence is a performance, that underneath it there is fear, there is real and destabilizing fear, and that she has been managing that fear for years without telling anyone. Because telling someone would mean not being the person who holds things together, would mean needing to be held herself. And Marge cannot afford that. She recovers. Of course she recovers. The show cannot sustain a Marge who doesn't function because the show needs her to function. But the episode's shadow lingers. The knowledge that she is not as invulnerable as she seems, that her composure is maintained at a cost, that somewhere under the apron and the hair and the hum, there is a woman who is tired, who has been tired for a long time, who keeps going. Because stopping is not something she knows how to do. Her relationship with the community of Springfield is its own complicated thing. She cares about Springfield. She volunteers, she organizes, she attends meetings and signs petitions and shows up. She is the citizen that every community needs and rarely produces. She is the person who notices when the park is getting neglected and does something about it. Who brings a casserole to a grieving neighbor, who makes sure the Christmas pageant happens even when everyone else has given up on it. And Springfield largely takes this for granted. Springfield is not a community that returns what it takes. The town uses Marge the way the family uses Marge, as a resource, as a stabilizing force, as a given. She is reliable, so everyone relies on her without really seeing her. There is a version of Marge's life that is genuinely beautiful. The love is real. The family is real. The connections she has built and maintained and repaired over and over represent something real about what human beings can make together, even when the raw materials are imperfect. But there is also a version that is genuinely sad. The art she didn't make. The person she didn't become. The needs she never named, because naming them would have required more space than she was ever given. She is not a victim. Let's be clear about that. Marge is not a victim. She is a person who made choices, who keeps making choices, who owns her life in the full sense of the word. But ownership is not the same as freedom, and choice is not the same as ease, and love is not the same as the absence of cost. Marge Simpson is one of the most loving characters in television history. She is also one of the most unseen. And those two things are not unconnected. She holds everything together so well that no one ever stops to wonder what it costs her to hold. Section 3. Bart Simpson, the boy who was never allowed to grow up. Consider what it means to be 10 years old forever. Not in the whimsical sense, not in the Peter Pan sense of eternal childhood, as a kind of magical immunity from the griefs of adulthood. In the literal, locked-in, inescapable sense. You are 10. You have always been 10. You will always be 10. The world around you shifts and changes, and the jokes update, and the references rotate, but you remain exactly where you were. 10 years old, in the 4th grade, sitting at a desk that is the wrong size with a teacher who has given up on you, in a life that the world has already decided you are going to ruin. Bart Simpson is the most famous troublemaker in animated television history. He is the kid who moons the audience and writes on the chalkboard and sets things on fire and never learns his lesson and never, ever grows up. He is what parents feared their children would become and what children secretly wanted to be, and what the 1990s decided to merchandise into billions of dollars of t-shirts and skateboard decals. He is also, if you look at him slowly enough, a deeply lonely child who has been failed by almost every adult in his life and who acts out because acting out is the only language anyone has ever taught him. Let's start with the school. Springfield Elementary is not a school. It is a warehouse. It is a place where children are deposited and managed and passed through regardless of whether anything resembling education has occurred. Principal Skinner is not a bad man, exactly. He is a traumatized one, a veteran with unprocessed damage who found his way to educational administration because it offered structure, because it offered a world with rules, because it was the only environment where his rigidity felt like a qualification rather than a pathology. He is not equipped to help Bart. He is barely equipped to run the building. Mrs. Crabapple, Edna Crabapple, beloved by the fan community, mourned genuinely when her voice actress Marsha Wallace died, and the show retired the character, is more complicated. She is a woman who started her teaching career with the idealism that all teachers start with, who got worn down year by year by a system that didn't support her, by a town that didn't value her, by children who didn't cooperate and administrators who didn't care, and a personal life that was largely empty and who ended up in a state of managed cynicism that she wore like a comfortable, terrible coat. She doesn't hate Bart. At moments, she clearly sees something in him. The intelligence, the creativity, the genuine spark that keeps getting redirected into destruction rather than expression. But she is too tired to reach for it consistently. It is easier to give him an F and move on. It is easier to sit at her desk with a cigarette and let the day happen to her rather than make something of it. Bart receives, from Springfield Elementary, the message that many bright, difficult, unsupported children receive from school. You are a problem. You are a disruption. You are something to be managed, and the managing will be roughly as rough as necessary. The content of your mind is less interesting than the fact of your behavior. And so Bart's mind, which is genuinely interesting, the pranks are evidence of this, require planning and creativity and a kind of social intelligence that formal education doesn't measure or reward, goes largely untended. It builds things in the dark, sideways, without guidance, and the things it builds are usually trouble. His relationship with Homer is where the real darkness lives. Homer strangles Bart. This is a running gag in the show, one of its most reliable comedy beats, the one that appears in the opening credits for years, the one that audiences apparently found hilarious. Child says something that annoys his father. Father wraps his hands around Child's neck. Child's eyes bulge, audience laughs. Hilarious. Except look at it. Look at it without the laugh track, without the cartoon physics, without the understanding that it's a joke. A father putting his hands around his child's throat because the child said something irritating. A child learning from the earliest age that the man who is supposed to protect him is also capable of hurting him, and that the trigger for the hurt is saying the wrong thing at the wrong moment. What does that teach you? What does that do to the map of the world you're building inside your head when the first man you trusted to be safe teaches you that you are never entirely safe? It teaches you not to trust. It teaches you that safety is conditional, that love comes with edges, that the wrong word can turn the person who loves you into the person who hurts you. It teaches you to be quick and to be watchful and to be ready to run or deflect or redirect, which are exactly the survival skills Bart has. He is always moving, always performing, always one step ahead of the room. He is never fully at rest. He is never fully trusting. The strangling is just a joke. The show means it as a joke. But the effect it has on Bart, the effect that kind of parental unpredictability would have on any child, is not a joke. And the show knows this in the moments when it allows itself to know it. There are episodes where the Homer-Bart relationship is tender, genuinely tender, in ways that break through the comedy and land somewhere real. The camping trips, the baseball. The moments where Homer tries and the trying is enough is more than enough because Bart is so hungry for it, so starved for the specific warmth of his father's approval that the smallest gesture blooms into something enormous. In Bart's Star, Bart joins the Pee Wee football team largely to get Homer's attention and approval. He is not particularly athletic. He doesn't particularly care about football. He cares about his father watching him, about his father saying, "That's my son," about the feeling of being seen and wanted and celebrated by the person who's seeing and wanting and celebrating he has been chasing his entire life. And Homer overcoaches. Homer turns the approval into pressure, turns the attention into expectation, and Bart, who can handle almost anything, who has survival skills that would impress a wilderness guide, cannot handle his father's expectations. He quits. He walks away. He would rather not play at all than play and fail and see the disappointment on Homer's face. The disappointment he can't take. The joy he could die for. There is also the question of what Bart was supposed to be before the show figured out what it actually was. In the early development of The Simpsons, Bart was conceived as something rougher, something closer to a genuine social critique of certain kinds of American boyhood, certain kinds of working-class masculine performance. He was supposed to be a little dangerous, a little genuinely transgressive. Not the gentle, warm-hearted prankster he gradually softened into, but something with more actual edge. The show smoothed him out. The merchandise and the cultural pressure and the need to be likable, to be the kid you want on your lunchbox, the kid whose face sells sneakers, smoothed Bart into something more lovable and less threatening. The rebellion became aesthetic rather than real. The anarchy became a brand. And Bart himself, in the show's internal logic, never became anything. He started as the character who would grow up to be interesting, who would take the wildness and the intelligence and the survivor instincts and transform them into something. But the show cannot let characters grow, so Bart never transformed. He is permanently 10, permanently pre-transformation, permanently in the state of becoming without ever arriving. There is a recurring nightmare element of certain later Simpsons episodes. Flash forwards in which we see what Bart becomes as an adult. And the versions of adult Bart are almost uniformly sad. He is a failure in most of them. He is a deadbeat. He is Homer's trajectory without Homer's love. The lovable mess who never found his footing and kept sliding. He is what happens when the bright, difficult child nobody properly invests in grows up without the tools he needed. These flash forwards are not canon. The show disclaims them as possible futures, might have beens, comedic speculation. But they accumulate. They suggest something that the show knows and doesn't say directly. That the things which were funny about Bart as a child are the same things that would be tragic in an adult, and that the line between the comedy and the tragedy is simply time. There is Milhouse. Milhouse Van Houten is Bart's best friend, has always been Bart's best friend, and the friendship is in many ways the most stable and genuine relationship in Bart's life. Milhouse loves Bart with a devotion that is slightly worrying in its completeness. He would follow Bart anywhere, has followed Bart into disaster after disaster, sustains damage both physical and emotional in the service of this friendship, and keeps coming back. He is the audience for Bart. He is the witness. He is the one person who sees Bart plain, unperformed, and still shows up. Bart is not always good to Milhouse. Bart uses Milhouse, manipulates him, exposes him to ridicule when it's convenient. Bart is, in some episodes, a genuinely terrible friend. But he also, in the quiet moments, loves Milhouse back. In the inarticulate, action-based way that Bart does everything emotional through punches on the shoulder and shared schemes and showing up when the chips are truly down. It is the relationship of two children who are both somewhat lost and have found each other in the being lost together. Bart also loves his sisters. The show doesn't foreground this, Bart is more comfortable with conflict than affection, more fluent in teasing than tenderness, but it is there, reliably, in the moments when it matters. He is protective of Maggie in ways that feel instinctive rather than performed. And with Lisa, the dynamic is extraordinary. They are chalk and cheese. They grind against each other constantly, and they are also the only two people in the world who fully understand what it is to be a child in this specific family, in this specific house. And that understanding creates a bond that the teasing can't undo. Lisa, I don't know if I say this enough, but I love you. It's a throwaway line in an early episode delivered mid chaos, almost swallowed by the scene around it. But it's real. It's one of the realest things Bart ever says. He is a 10-year-old who will never be 11. He is a child whose dysfunction is so entertaining that the world decided to put it on a skateboard and sell it rather than wonder where it came from. He is a boy who learned to be funny because funny was safer than vulnerable, who learned to break things because making things left you exposed to the judgment of whether what you made was good enough. He is, in the end, a child who needed more than he got and learned to make a performance out of the gap. The performance is extraordinary. The gap is real. Section 4, Lisa Simpson, the loneliest person in Springfield intelligence, is its own kind of isolation. This is something that gets said often in the context of gifted children. They're different. They process things differently. They struggle to connect. And the saying of it often functions as a kind of comfort, a way of narrativizing the loneliness, of making the loneliness feel meaningful rather than just painful. The gifted child is lonely because she is special, and the specialness makes the loneliness worth it, makes it part of a story that ends somewhere good. But when you're 8 years old and you're in a classroom where no one wants to talk about the things you want to talk about, and you go home to a family that loves you but can't follow you, and you live in a town that has actively decided not to value what you have to offer, the story that it ends somewhere good is very cold comfort. The loneliness is just loneliness. The isolation is just isolation. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old, and she is the loneliest character in Springfield. She is not lonely because she is disliked. The distinction matters. People like Lisa, in the broad, vague, respectful, from a distance way, that people like someone they find slightly intimidating. Her teachers appreciate her. The community recognizes her achievements. When she wins competitions and gets perfect scores and produces work that is genuinely beyond her years, people applaud. But applause is not connection. Recognition is not understanding, and the specific loneliness that Lisa lives with is the loneliness of being recognized for the thing you are while still feeling unseen as the person you are beneath it. She is her intelligence. To most of Springfield, she is only her intelligence. And she is so much more than that, and no one quite finds her there. She plays saxophone. This is perhaps the most important fact about Lisa that the show does not properly underline. The saxophone is not something Lisa learned to impress anyone. She was not asked to play it. It was not part of a school curriculum or a parental expectation. She found it herself, or it found her, and she plays it the way people play things that live in them, with her whole body, with her eyes closed, with an expressiveness that her actual life doesn't allow her. When Lisa plays saxophone, she is free of the requirements of being Lisa Simpson. The requirements to be smart, to be right, to model good behavior, to be the one who explains, the one who argues, the one who stands up when everyone else sits down. When she plays, she is just feeling. And the music she loves, Ta's that intricate melancholy and beautiful form, is the music of people who have things to say that words cannot contain. It is not a coincidence that an 8-year-old girl who cannot fully express her interior life has found an art form built for exactly that problem. There is the recurring figure of Bleeding Gums Murphy, the jazz musician who becomes Lisa's mentor, and more importantly, her witness. He sees her. He hears what she's playing and understands what it means. He talks to her the way almost no one else in her life talks to her, as a full person, as someone whose inner world is as vast and real as his own. He does not condescend. He does not protect her from the complexity of things. He just plays with her, and in the playing, something true passes between them. When Bleeding Gums Murphy dies, Lisa's grief is real, and it is undersupported. The family doesn't know how to help. They offer the practical comforts, food, presents, the physical fact of their bodies nearby, but they cannot access the specific register of loss Lisa is feeling, which is not just the loss of a man, but the loss of the one person in Springfield who could really hear her. She is 8 years old. She has already experienced the loss of a person who truly heard her, and she will spend the rest of the series, the rest of her perpetual 8-year-old existence, looking for someone like that again. Her relationship with Homer is full of love and full of gap. Homer loves Lisa. He loves her with the raw and slightly awestruck love of someone who can see that the person they're looking at is extraordinary without being able to fully understand what makes them extraordinary. He is proud of her the way people are proud of things they don't entirely grasp, completely, uncritically, in a way that is sometimes very sweet and sometimes insufficient. He cannot follow her intellectually. This is simply true, and the show doesn't pretend otherwise. When Lisa talks about the things she cares about, environmentalism, animal rights, Buddhist philosophy, feminist theory, the novels she reads and the music she studies and the questions she has about the universe, Homer nods and loses the thread and circles back to donuts or football. He doesn't do this to dismiss her. He does it because he genuinely can't hold the thread. His mind doesn't work the way Lisa's mind works, and no amount of love changes that. But he shows up. Homer shows up physically in body, if not always in mind. He drives her to competitions and sits in the audience. He tries again and again with the tools he has to be the father Lisa needs. And the trying matters, genuinely matters, even when it falls short. Lisa knows he's trying. She sees the effort and she loves him for it. Loves the effort even more specifically because she knows it costs him. Because she knows that sitting in an audience for a chess tournament when Homer would rather be watching football represents a real sacrifice for him. But she also knows, in the part of herself that she keeps very quiet, that she will spend her life translating her mind into forms that Homer can receive, translating her needs into things the family can actually provide, translating herself perpetually into a more manageable version so that the people she loves don't feel left behind. It is exhausting, and she is 8. She has been doing it since before she could name it. Her relationship with Marge is warmer, but not without its own complications. Marge loves Lisa and is proud of Lisa in a way that is more specific than Homer's. Marge notices things. She sees when Lisa is struggling, when the social difficulties at school have gotten to her, when the loneliness is particularly acute. She brings comfort with more precision than Homer does. But Marge also has a complicated relationship with Lisa's independence, with Lisa's willingness to push against convention and authority and established norms. Marge's own life has been built around accommodation, around the smoothing of edges, around making things work within the system as it exists rather than challenging the system because the system is wrong. And Lisa is constitutionally unable to do that. Lisa looks at a wrong thing and cannot not call it wrong, cannot bite her tongue and let it pass for the sake of social comfort, cannot perform agreement she doesn't feel. This is a tension that the show handles well when it handles it at all. The quiet, unspoken friction between a mother who has survived by adapting and a daughter who cannot help resisting. Springfield's treatment of Lisa is its own kind of cruelty, and it is the casual, unconscious kind, which is in some ways worse than the deliberate kind. The town does not hate Lisa, the town cannot engage with Lisa. The values of Springfield, conformity, short term pleasure, the comfort of not thinking, are the opposite of everything Lisa stands for. She is, in Springfield, a permanent category error, a thing that doesn't fit in the space it's been put. She knows she doesn't fit. She has always known. And for most of the show's run, she has handled this knowledge with a kind of fierce, lonely dignity, standing up for what she believes, arguing for what she knows is right, maintaining her integrity even when it costs her socially, even when it makes her the target of ridicule or eye rolls or the exhausted sighs of people who just want her to relax and stop making everything into a lesson. The loneliness of being right in a room full of people who have decided not to care. That's Lisa's loneliness. It is specific and it is relentless, and it is, in its way, one of the most honest portraits the show has ever given us. She will grow up in the flash forwards, in the hypothetical, non canonical futures the show occasionally visits to be remarkable. President of the United States in one version, a significant figure in whatever field she chooses. The loneliness will, presumably, resolve into community, into finding her people, into the life that Springfield could never fully contain her for. But she is still there. And tonight, in the house on Evergreen Terrace, she is probably in her room reading something, playing her saxophone to the window, being 8 years old and alone in the specific, profound way that being Lisa Simpson has always meant. Section 5. Maggie Simpson. The silence behind the pacifier. She never speaks. In 35 years of The Simpsons, in hundreds of episodes, in the accumulated thousands of hours of a family's life, rendered in bright yellow and soft laughter, Maggie Simpson's voice has been heard perhaps a handful of times. A babbled word here, a moment of clarity there, the famous utterance of daddy in an episode so well constructed that the word lands like a stone in still water, sending ripples outward through everything. She never speaks, and in the context of everything we've been sitting with tonight, the things that go unsaid in Springfield, the silences behind the performances, the darkness behind the punchlines, Maggie's silence feels like the most honest thing in the whole show. She is watching. This is the thing to understand about Maggie. She is always watching. While Homer falls down and Marge worries and Bart explodes and Lisa argues, Maggie is in the corner or in the stroller or on the floor or at the edge of the scene, and she is taking all of it in with those enormous, patient, dark eyes. She sees everything. She processes everything. She is the observer, the one with no lines and therefore no performance, no character she is required to play, no identity she has to maintain. She just watches. And what she sees is, depending on the episode, either very sweet or very dark. She sees a father who is often absent and sometimes wonderful, and always, when he is in the room with her, a version of himself that is better than the usual version. Homer with Maggie is softer than Homer with anyone else. The baby, the youngest, the one who cannot yet judge him or remember his failures. Maggie brings out something in Homer that is uncomplicated and real, a tenderness that doesn't have to navigate language or expectation. He just loves her. She just looks at him with those eyes. The mutual adoration is, in some episodes, the purest thing the show has. Remember the bowling alley. Remember in Maggie Makes Three. Remember Homer getting the job he wanted, the job that made him feel like himself, and then learning that Marge was pregnant again and going back to Burns and Burns making him put the photograph under the sign that says, "Don't forget, you're here forever." Remember Homer covering the sign with pictures of Maggie until it reads, "Do it for her." Maggie is what Homer found worth staying for. The trap became bearable because she was in it. She is, in the architecture of Homer's emotional life, the thing that tipped the scales, the irreducible reason. That is an enormous amount of weight for a baby. The show toys with this weight in various ways. There's the recurring motif of Maggie's extraordinary competence, the multiple moments where the infant does something that should be impossible, saves the day in ways that require intelligence and intentionality, demonstrates abilities that far exceed her developmental age. She has thwarted assassinations. She has navigated complex physical environments. She has, in the logic of the show, done things that adults couldn't manage. The most famous version of this is the sequence involving the panda episode, or the one involving the stranger danger scenario, or the early episode where she shoots Montgomery Burns. That last one deserves its own careful examination. In the season 6 finale, Who Shot Mr. Burns? One of the great meta events in Simpsons history, a two-part mystery that had viewers and critics genuinely speculating. The reveal is that Maggie was the shooter. Burns had reached into Homer's car and accidentally taken Maggie's candy, and Maggie had reached into Homer's glove compartment, found the gun that Homer kept in the glove compartment, which is its own piece of darkness, and shot Montgomery Burns in what the show frames as an accident. It was an accident, probably. The show leaves a sliver of ambiguity about whether Maggie knew exactly what she was doing, and the sliver is deliberate. Because what would it mean if she knew? What would it mean if the baby, a silent observer, the one who has been watching this whole mad world and processing it in silence, reached a point where she acted, not performed, not reacted, but made a decision? What would it mean if Maggie is not just watching, but waiting? This is perhaps too dark a reading of a cartoon baby. But the show invites dark readings of Maggie, and has done so from the beginning. There is something in the silence that is not innocent, or that is something stranger than innocent. A kind of full intelligence that has simply decided not to speak yet. Not because it can't, because it's watching first. There is also the question of what Maggie is absorbing. She is, from the very beginning of her conscious life, surrounded by dysfunction. She is in rooms where her father is shouted at, and her brother is strangled, and her sister is dismissed, and her mother is quietly erased. She is in the stroller at the supermarket when some small or large domestic crisis unfolds. She is there for all of it, the pacifier bobbing, the eyes open, the recording apparatus of her infant mind running constantly. What is she recording? What is she building a model of in those early years? The research on early childhood development is fairly consistent. The environment you grow up in shapes you in ways that precede language, precede conscious memory. Maggie is building her model of the world, her understanding of what families are and what love looks like and how people treat each other, in the Simpson house, on Evergreen Terrace, in Springfield, which is a town that has not historically served its inhabitants particularly well. What kind of Maggie emerges from that? What does she become, the child who saw everything and said nothing? The flash forwards don't tell us. The show is kinder to Maggie in its speculative futures than it is to Bart. She tends to appear in good outcomes, or she appears not at all. A gap where a future might be. She is the unwritten one, the open story, the character whose ending hasn't been drafted yet. And there is something fitting about that. Maggie, who has never spoken, who has observed and absorbed and remained silent through the entire history of her family and her town, is the one whose story is still fully open, still possible, still uncontaminated by the certainty of how it turns out. She is 1 year old, and she has been 1 year old for 35 years. She is at the beginning of everything. She is watching. Whatever comes next for Maggie Simpson, she will have seen more going into it than anyone. Section 6, Mr. Burns, the man who bought immortality and lost his soul. Let's slow way down for Charles Montgomery Burns. Because the temptation with Burns is to rush, to do the voice, to recite the jokes, to run through the greatest hits, the Hounds, the Excellent, the Monorail Investment, the Sector 7G failures, the blocking out of the sun, and keep the experience of him safely comic. Burns is one of the greatest comedy villains in television history, and the comedy is genuine and it works on every level it intends to work on. But Burns is also something else. And the something else is, in some ways, the most interesting thing in the show. He is very, very old. This is the starting point. Montgomery Burns was born in 1886. By the show's timeline, a timeline the show cheerfully ignores whenever convenient, he is somewhere north of 130 years old. He was alive during the Gilded Age. He lived through both world wars. He participated in, or observed, or profited from events that are history to everyone around him and are, to him, recent memory. What does that mean? What does it do to a person to have simply outlasted everyone they ever knew? Everyone Burns grew up with is dead. Every rival, every partner, every person who knew him when he was young, gone. Every woman he ever loved, every friend, every enemy, every contemporary, they're all dust. He has moved through time at a different pace than the people around him, has watched generation after generation appear and make their brief noise and disappear, while he keeps going, keeps running the plant, keeps hoarding the money, keeps surviving. There is an episode, Rosebud, that is the show's most direct engagement with the genuine sadness underneath Burns. In it, we learn that as a young child, before the plutocracy, before the power plant, before the hardness that he built around himself, Burns had a teddy bear called Bobo. A small bear, ordinary, the kind of thing that children love with a completeness that no adult love quite matches. And he lost Bobo. He was taken from a poor family by a wealthy one, or chose wealth over family, depending on how you read the scene, and in the transaction, he lost the bear. He has been looking for Bobo in some deep, unspoken way ever since. The episode gives him Bobo back. It gives the ancient, monstrous, unspeakable Burns back his childhood bear. And in the moment when he holds it, in the moment when he's alone with it, the hardness dissolves. For just a moment, you see not the villain but the child who was taken somewhere cold and learned to survive there, who built walls and bought power and accumulated enough of everything that nothing could hurt him again, and who still, underneath all of it, wants the bear. This is the Rosebud structure, obviously and deliberately. Burns is Citizen Kane. He is the study of what happens when a person chases power as a substitute for the thing they actually lost, and achieves the power and discovers that power does not return what was taken. But it's more specific than that. Because Citizen Kane was about the corruption of the American dream in one era. Burns is about something that happens over time, something that accumulates. He is not just a man who made wrong choices. He is a man who has had so long to make wrong choices that the wrongs have compounded beyond reckoning. Think about what Burns has done. Not the cartoon version, the elaborate schemes of individual episodes, but the structural, ongoing damage. He has run a nuclear power plant with systematic disregard for safety standards for decades. The town of Springfield sits in the shadow of a nuclear facility whose containment and maintenance protocols are managed by a man who views worker safety as an obstacle to profit. The radiation levels in Springfield are, by any realistic measurement, not normal. The Springfield residents' unusual hair colors, their oddities, their various medical anomalies, You could read these as cartoon convention, or you could read them as the documentation of a community slowly poisoned by the man who owns the most important employer in town. And they can't leave, that's the thing. The working class residents of Springfield, the Homers, the Lennys, the Carls, the workers who fill the plant, they can't leave because Burns owns the main employer in a town with limited economic diversity. The relationship between Burns and his workforce is not simply bad management. It is a structural dependency that gives Burns leverage that no amount of safety violations or wage suppression can diminish. Where are they going to go? What are they going to do? Burns is not unaware of this. Burns is never unaware of anything that pertains to his power. He is, in his way, one of the most lucid characters in the show, not in the sense of being rational or good, but in the sense of seeing clearly the structures that benefit him and maintaining them with full consciousness. He is not a fool. He is an extraordinarily intelligent man who has chosen, over a very long life, to use that intelligence exclusively in service of accumulation. What does that cost? The show gives us glimpses. There are the moments with Smithers. Waylon Smithers is Burns's assistant, his executor, his shadow. He has been at Burns's side for so long that the two of them have developed the precise, wordless communication of people who have shared a closed world for decades. Smithers anticipates Burns's needs. He manages Burns's moods. He protects Burns from the full consequences of his own decisions with a devotion that is professional and also clearly, helplessly personal. Smithers loves Burns. This was one of television's most sustained and eventually openly acknowledged open secrets. Smithers, for the entirety of the show's run, loves his employer with a love that has nothing to do with employment. He is in love with Montgomery Burns. The show dances around this, plays it for comedy, eventually acknowledges it directly in later seasons. But the love has always been there, and it is as real as anything else in Springfield. And Burns, who is 130 years old and has outlasted every person he has ever known, who has managed to survive everything, including his own monstrousness, Burns does not return it. Not in the way it's offered. He keeps Smithers close, relies on him completely, occasionally shows something that looks almost like fondness, but he cannot love the way Smithers loves. The capacity for that kind of vulnerability was stripped out of him a very long time ago in a poor family somewhere. The night he chose the mansion over the bear. Smithers has given his life to someone who cannot fully receive it. He has made himself indispensable to someone who would, if pushed, replace him with a machine. He has loved completely and for years someone who does not know how to be loved anymore. This is one of the saddest things in the show. It is played for comedy because everything in the show is played for comedy. But underneath the comedy, it is a real and recognizable tragedy. The story of a person who has committed their love to someone unreachable and who has stayed committed despite the evidence because leaving would require them to admit that the evidence was always there. Back to Burns. Back to the man himself. He had, in a youth that the show only sketches, a different life available to him. He was not born to wealth. He was born to a family that, while in his recollection was humble and poor, gave him something that the mansion did not. Simple human love, the bear, the uncomplicated early warmth of being a child who is held. He chose to leave. He was taken, or he chose, the show is deliberately ambiguous, to go to the mansion, to be raised by a wealthy relative who gave him privilege and stripped from him everything that privilege cannot replace. He got everything except the thing he lost, and he has spent more than a century proving to himself that the thing he lost doesn't matter, that what he has instead is better, that power is a superior currency to love. He has been proving this long enough that the proof has taken on the quality of faith. He believes it now, the way you believe something you have repeated to yourself for 100 years. Whether it was ever actually true is a question he stopped asking long before anyone alive today was born. He blocks out the sun. This is the climax of the Burns mythology, the culmination of his particular pathology. He wants to block out the sun so that Springfield will require artificial power indefinitely, so that dependence on his plant, on him, could never be. Gosh, a can never be escaped. He wants to make the very light contingent on his generosity, or more precisely, his decision not to be malevolent. He wants to be the sun. This is what happens when someone with power and no love runs out of things to acquire. They start acquiring the fundamental conditions of existence. They start moving against the things that are simply given, the things that belong to everyone, the things that no one ever thought to own, because the idea of owning them didn't seem possible. Burns makes it seem possible. Burns makes everything terrible seem achievable if you just have enough money and enough time. He is the dark mirror of Homer in a certain reading. Homer is a man who has almost nothing, material things, security, status, and who keeps finding reasons to stay, keeps finding things to love, keeps going on despite the evidence that going on is hard. Burns is a man who has everything: power, resources, an army of lawyers, literal centuries of accumulated advantage, and who has run out of reasons to care, who keeps acquiring because acquisition is the only verb he has left. One of them is, in the deepest sense, richer than the other, and it is not the one with the mansion. Section 7. Ned Flanders. The cage built around a rage. There is a type of goodness that is not a gift. There is a type of goodness that is built over something, that sits on top of something, the way a neat white house sits on top of a sinkhole. Solid-looking, maintained, immaculate from the outside, and underneath it, the ground is not ground at all. Underneath it, there is empty space and darkness and the slow, patient work of something being hollowed out. Ned Flanders is that kind of good. And the show tells you this, plainly and directly, in one of its most psychologically sophisticated episodes, and then mostly goes back to using him as a comic foil. But the telling is there. The information was delivered. The diagnosis is on the record. Ned Flanders is the best neighbor anyone in Springfield has ever had, and the being good has almost destroyed him. Start with what is visible. The house. The neatly maintained house next door to the Simpsons' perpetual disaster. Cleaner, quieter, properly painted, with a garden that looks like a garden rather than the battlefield Homer's looks like. The morning Bible readings. The cheerful wave, the high diddly ho, the endless patience with Homer, who has borrowed and broken and stolen and ruined dozens of things over the years and never once adequately apologized, and who Ned has continued to smile at, to help, to forgive, with a consistency that should be inspirational, and is instead, when you look at it closely enough, slightly frightening. Because no one is that patient. No one is naturally that forgiving, that cheerful, that reliably pleasant in the face of repeated provocation. The biology of human beings doesn't work that way. We are built to respond to threat with counter-threat, to respond to loss with grievance, to respond to someone taking advantage of us by eventually telling them to stop. Ned never tells anyone to stop. In the Season 8 episode Hurricane Nettie, this breaks open. A hurricane destroys Ned's house, the very house he maintained so carefully, the physical symbol of everything he has constructed about himself. And the community of Springfield, in a gesture of genuine warmth and horrible execution, rebuilds it for him. They rebuild it badly. They rebuild it with the careless enthusiasm of people who have never built anything properly, who are more excited about the gesture of helping than the reality of actually helping, who leave gaps in the walls and doors that don't fit their frames, and a structure that is fundamentally unsound. When Ned sees the house, when he sees what has been given to him in place of what he lost, something cracks. And what comes out of the crack is not something anyone expected. It is not grief, not exactly, and it is not ingratitude, though Homer in particular is quick to read it that way. What comes out is rage, real rage. A rage that has been accumulating for a very long time in a space where it was not supposed to exist, and which has finally found a crack large enough to pour through. He stands in front of the badly rebuilt house and he says things. He says them to his neighbors, to the Simpsons, to the people who were supposed to help him and let him down, but also, and this is where it turns, to his father, to his mother, to the authority figures and the kind strangers and the well-meaning people who have shaped him into this, who have filled his life with patience and forgiveness and goodness until there was no room left for anything else. And then he is institutionalized. A psychiatrist named Dr. Marvin Monroe, Springfield's permanently overwhelmed mental health professional, takes Ned on as a patient. And in the sessions that follow, the origin story is revealed. Ned's parents, free-spirited, progressive, beatnik types who didn't believe in discipline, brought him to a child psychologist when he was young because they had no idea how to manage his energy. The child Ned was not mild. The child Ned was feral, genuinely and exhaustingly difficult. The kind of child who ricochets off walls and cannot be still and acts out constantly and would, in a different era or a different circumstance, simply be described as a high-energy kid who needed structure. But the treatment he received was not structure. It was something closer to reprogramming. The psychiatrist of his childhood, using methods that the show treats as absurdist but which have, in their bones, a real psychological history, essentially beat the aggression out of Ned. Not physically or not entirely, but behaviorally, through intensive conditioning, through the systematic discouragement of every negative impulse, through years of training that rewarded passivity and penalized assertion. The doctors transformed the unmanageable Ned into someone who could manage himself. They built the cage. From the inside, the cage is goodness. The cage is the smile and the Bible and the hi diddly ho and the helping Homer with his gutter for the fourth time this year without being asked. The cage is the patience and the forgiveness and the turning of the other cheek. None of it was chosen. None of it grew organically out of Ned's character or his faith or his relationship with his own values. It was installed. It was put in by someone else in a room where a child had no ability to consent to what was being done to him, and it has been running ever since. The faith is complicated by this. Ned is devoutly Christian, genuinely and specifically faithful in a way the show treats sometimes with warmth, and sometimes with mockery, and sometimes bata. The best times, with genuine curiosity about what faith means and what it costs. He prays. He reads scripture. He volunteers at the church and attends services and structures his moral life around the teachings of his religion. Is the faith the cage or the key? Is it another installed behavior, another layer of conditioning that keeps him from the rage underneath? Or is it genuinely the thing that gives him comfort? The real comfort, the kind that isn't performance, in a life that has given him ample reasons to require it. The show doesn't resolve this. It is one of the things that makes Ned genuinely interesting. His faith is not treated as purely comic, the obvious move, nor as purely sincere, the sentimental move, but as something complex and maybe contradictory that he is genuinely invested in, and that also clearly does not fully contain everything he needs it to. Because God does not answer Ned. This is the detail that the show drops and then doesn't fully pick up, but which sits in the background of Ned's story like a bruise. The show has, in its canon, depicted God, not metaphorically, actually. Homer has met God. Homer, who sleeps in church, who treats his faith as entirely transactional, who does not in any meaningful sense practice the religion he nominally claims, Homer has had direct conversations with the divine. God has appeared to Homer and spoken to him and engaged with him as a person worth engaging with. Ned has not had this. Ned, who has structured his entire life around his faith, who has prayed more and more fervently and more consistently and with more genuine devotion than anyone else in Springfield. Ned has not received an answer. Ned prays and there is silence. Ned follows the rules and the rules do not protect him. His wife is killed by a t-shirt cannon at a motor car race because Homer was trying to catch a t-shirt and the trajectory of the projectile shifted. Homer's selfishness, literally and directly, took Maude from Ned and Ned's sons, and Ned forgives Homer. He does not have a choice. He cannot not forgive. The conditioning runs too deep. The cage is too well built. He will smile and forgive until the cage breaks him open again, until another hurricane of accumulated grief cracks through the plaster of his patience. And then he will be put back together and the cycle will continue because that is what Springfield does with people who break. It fixes them and puts them back where they were. Maude. Let's stay with Maude for a moment because her death is one of the strangest things the show ever did and one of the most instructive. Maude Flanders was killed not because the story required it, but because the actress who voiced her had a contract dispute with the production company and was let go. The show wrote her out by killing her. She died because of a labor negotiation. She died because someone in an office decided that the dispute was not worth resolving. And then Ned, who loved her, who built his domestic life around her, who was, by all appearances, in a genuinely good marriage. Ned had to grieve her, had to process within the logic of the show the loss of his wife to an act of absurdist violence, a t-shirt cannon, that was simultaneously an act of off-screen institutional decision-making. The indignity of this is remarkable when you sit with it. Maude Flanders deserved better than to be eliminated because of a contract dispute. Ned Flanders deserved better than to have his grief used as a plot device. The show, to its credit, handled the immediate aftermath with some care. The season-long arc of Ned dealing with widowhood and his sons dealing with the loss of their mother has genuine moments of emotional honesty in it. But the cause of the grief was as arbitrary and as institutional and as disrespectful as anything Mr. Burns ever did. The world killed Maude Flanders the same way Springfield treats all of its inconvenient people, from a remove with no explanation, and it moved on. After Maude, Ned tries. He dates. He is set up by the community, and he sets himself up, and he looks for someone, and the looking is lonely, is achingly, specifically lonely in the way that looking for love after loss is always lonely, because you are not just looking for a person, you are looking for a whole world that you had, and that is gone. And no new person can be that world, and you have to build a new world from scratch with someone new. And the building is wonderful if it works, and devastating if it doesn't. He eventually marries Edna Krabappel. This in the context of everything we know about both of them. Ned, the reprogrammed rage. Edna, the worn-down idealist who smokes too much and has given up on a great deal, is one of the more poignant things the show did in its later years. Two damaged, specific, real people finding each other. Two people who have been through things and are still there, still trying, still looking for warmth in a cold town. Edna also died. Same mechanism. The actress died in real life, and the show retired the character with genuine and evident grief, with a chalkboard dedication, With a warmth that felt like the real thing, Ned lost Maud to a negotiation. He lost Edna to reality. He has been sitting with loss his entire adult life, and still he smiles. And still he helps Homer with the gutter. And still the high diddly ho, the wave, the casseroles, the neighborly patience that looks like goodness and is goodness, but is also underneath the cage running its program, keeping the rage in its appointed place. There is no episode where Ned is finally free. There is no resolution to the tension between the man he was before the conditioning and the man the conditioning made him. He is, as far as the show has shown us, permanently suspended between those two things, the installed goodness and the original rage, neither of them getting what they need, both of them coexisting in the body of a man who just keeps going because stopping is not something the cage allows. What would Ned Flanders be without the cage? The show gave us a glimpse, a difficult, disruptive, impossible child. What would that child have become with guidance instead of conditioning? With actual support instead of behavioral reprogramming? With a framework for expressing what he felt rather than a system for making sure he never felt it? We don't know. The show doesn't know, or rather the show knows, but is not interested in the answer because the answer is not funny. The answer is someone better, someone more complete, someone whose goodness was chosen rather than installed, which is the only kind of goodness that costs what it's worth. Ned Flanders is the best person in Springfield. He is also the most tragically incomplete. And the tragedy is that no one in Springfield, including Ned himself, will ever fully see this, because the cage is so well built that from the inside it looks like freedom. He will wave to Homer tomorrow morning. He will smile, he will mean it, genuinely, through the bars. Section 8. Mona Simpson, the mother the show. Erased. There is a particular violence in being made to not exist, not the violence of death, which at least acknowledges the person who was there, not even the violence of exile, which requires the mechanics of removal, and therefore implies that what was removed had presence worth removing. The particular violence of being made to not exist is quieter and more thorough than either of those. It is the act of a story proceeding as though you were never part of it. It is the revision that writes you out before you were ever properly written in. Mona Simpson, née Olson, wife of Abraham, mother of Homer, grandmother of Bart and Lisa and Maggie, was not in the story for 6 years. She was dead. She was a grave with someone else's name on it. She was the wound that Homer carried and could not name because he had been given no name for it. Only the information that she was gone, which he had metabolized at a young age into the belief that being gone was what mothers did, that he was simply the kind of son that mothers leave. She was alive the whole time. The episode in which this is revealed, Mother Simpson, Season 7, Episode 8 Ba, November 1995, is one of the most formally perfect episodes the show ever produced. It does everything right. It earns its emotion. It gives us the reunion, which is warm and awkward and specific and true in the ways that reunions between people who have been separated by years and by pain and by the accumulated distance of unlived shared life are always warm and awkward and specific and true. And it gives us Mona herself, a woman who is, by the time we meet her, not the abstract concept of a mother or the sentimental archetype of maternal love, but a person. An actual person with a history and a politics and a conscience and a face. Let's talk about who she was. In 1969, Mona Simpson was a housewife in Springfield. The show depicts this with the period-specific shorthand it uses for most historical settings. The clothes are right, the cars are right, the cultural references are right, but the emotional reality underneath the shorthand is not comic. Mona was, by her own account and by everything the show tells us, a woman of significant intelligence and empathy who had found herself in the role most available to women of her class and generation: domestic manager, background support system, the person behind the person. She was present for the counterculture. She watched the civil rights movement unfold. She watched the protests against Vietnam grow louder, watched the country fracture along the lines of who thought the fracture was necessary and who thought it was destructive. Watch the institutions she had been raised or to trust reveal themselves as things worth questioning. And she chose a side. The radicalization the show depicts is not cartoonish, which is surprising for a show that depicts most political content cartoonishly. Mona does not become a wild-eyed bomb thrower, does not become a propaganda figure for left-wing activism gone wrong. She becomes a woman who looked at something specific: a biological weapons laboratory owned by the richest and most powerful man in her town, sitting in the same community where her son was growing up, where children were playing, where people were living their lives, with no knowledge of what was being manufactured nearby, and decided that she could not look at this thing and do nothing. She made a choice, a consequential, irreversible, life-altering choice. She joined a group of activists. She participated in an action that destroyed the biological agents stored in that laboratory. And she ran. She had to run. Burns identified her. The FBI was mobilized. And the running, which she expected to be temporary, which she expected to last weeks or months until the situation resolved, lasted decades. The running became her life. She could not go home. Every time she thought about going home, the home had moved further away, not geographically, but temporally. Homer was a year older. Homer was 5 years older. Homer was a teenager who didn't know her, who had been told she was dead, who had built himself around her absence. The longer she waited, the heavier the weight of the returning became. What does it cost someone to make that choice? Not the political choice, which she made with clarity and has never recanted. The show is very careful to let Mona be right about the laboratory, to make clear that what she destroyed was genuinely wrong, and that destroying it was genuinely correct. But the personal choice, the choice to run, to stay running, to not go back, we don't know the full interior of that. The show gives only what it needs to give us, which is the reunion and the loss, and the face of the woman who comes out the other side of it. But we can infer, we can sit with the inference. She kissed him while he was sleeping. This detail, small, almost unbearable, is what she offers Homer when they are finally together again. She tells him that when she had to leave, she came to his room and she kissed him while he was asleep. She could not wake him, could not tell him, could not explain, because explaining was not safe and the explanation would not have been understood by a small child anyway. She could only touch him and go. He was asleep. He didn't know she was there. He woke up and she was gone. The simplicity of it is what makes it devastating. There is no dramatic farewell, no scene where mother and son look at each other with full knowledge across the threshold of separation. There is a sleeping child and a mother who is already in the act of leaving, already irrevocably in motion, already past the point where the choice can be unmade. Just the kiss and the dark room and the door. Homer doesn't remember this. He couldn't. He was asleep. He was small. But Mona carried it. Mona carried that room and that darkness and that sleeping face for 27 years while she was underground, and the world was moving on without her, and Homer was growing up into someone she didn't know. And what was he growing into, this son she had kissed in the dark? Homer without Mona became the Homer the show gave us. The damaged, lovable, frustrated, occasionally brilliant, deeply hurt man who strangles his son and falls asleep at work and chose stupidity over clarity. Because clarity showed him a life that was too hard to look at straight. The man who works for Burns, for the very man who took his mother, who set the FBI on her, who has been the direct cause of the single most defining wound in Homer's psyche, without ever fully connecting the dots. Without Mona, Homer had Abraham, and we have discussed what Abraham was. He covered the truth. He told Homer his mother was dead. He showed him a stranger's grave and let his son mourn over it. Let his son construct an understanding of maternal love that was built on loss and absence from the beginning. Let him grow into adulthood believing he was the kind of son a mother would prefer to be dead rather than know. Abe made a deal with Burns. This is the other piece, the piece that turns the whole story from tragedy into something closer to conspiracy. In a later episode, the show returns to this material several times because it is too rich to fully exhaust in a single visit. It is revealed that Abraham Simpson made a deal with Montgomery Burns. Burns had committed some crime or transgression that Abe discovered, and rather than report it or confront it, Abe negotiated his silence in exchange for Homer's permanent employment at the plant. Homer's job was never really Homer's job. Homer's job security. The fact that he has been fired and rehired and fired and rehired and fired and rehired dozens of times and has always come back, that Burns can never quite fully get rid of him, that there is something that keeps pulling Homer back to Sector 7G no matter what. That security is the product of a deal Abe made without Homer's knowledge, with the man who destroyed Homer's family in exchange for the man's ongoing corruption, going unremarked. Homer is an asset. Homer is collateral. Homer is the coin in which a secret is kept. He has no idea. He has no idea that his father sold his soul, metaphorically, for a job in a nuclear plant for a son who didn't want the job. He has no idea that the man who signs his paychecks is the man who took his mother. He has no idea that his entire adult working life is the product of a negotiation conducted behind his back between two old men with secrets to keep. Mona comes back in the episode and in subsequent visits, and each time the arrival costs both of them something. The reunion is not a resolution. It cannot be a resolution because the thing that was taken from them those years, Homer's childhood, the particular shape his life would have taken if she had been in it, cannot be returned. They can only have what is left, which is the late-life version of a relationship that should have been built over decades, and instead has to be constructed in the gaps between her being a fugitive and his being Homer. She is played by Glenn Close. This matters in the register of television storytelling. You cast Glenn Close when you want the audience to feel the weight. You cast Glenn Close when the character needs to carry the full force of what has happened to her, needs to stand in a room and communicate an entire life in a glance. The performance earns what the writing asks of it. Mona Simpson, in her few appearances, is fully there. A real person, not a device, not a plot mechanism, but a woman with a face and a history and a love for her son that has survived 27 years of separation without diminishing. She died. In a later season, she dies, and the death is quiet in the way that the reunion was not. She is simply gone in her sleep in the Simpson house after a brief period of reconciliation that was not long enough and never could have been. Homer wakes up and she is there and then she is not. And the going is different this time because he was awake for it, because he was in the room, because this time he did not have to imagine the moment of loss. He holds her hand, he sits with it, and then the show continues because the show always continues, and Homer goes back to work, and Bart goes back to school, and Marge goes back to the kitchen, and Maggie goes back to watching. And Mona Simpson exists now only in the past tense, in the episodes that recorded her, in the kiss she gave a sleeping child one night in 1969, and carried with her for the rest of her life. The show erased her for 6 seasons, and then gave her back for a handful of episodes, and then took her away again permanently. In the economy of the Simpsons storytelling, she was always going to be temporary. She was always going to be the thing that was lost. The story of Homer Simpson is, fundamentally, the story of what happens to a person when the first love of their life is taken from them before they are old enough to understand love. Everything else, the job, the marriage, the crayon, the stupidity, the stranglings, the donuts, the decades at the plant, is downstream of that first room, that first dark, that first sleeping face, and the kiss and the door. The show told you this. It told you clearly in one of its best episodes, and then it mostly moved on. Because the show is a comedy, and there is only so long a comedy can sit with something this sad without losing the thread of itself. But it told you, Mona Simpson was there. She always was. And what was done to her, and through her to Homer, is the foundation everything else is built on. Section 9, Sideshow Bob, the genius. Trapped in a comedy, there is a particular hell that is reserved for people who are significantly more intelligent than the world they are required to operate in. It is not the hell of failure. The very intelligent often fail, catastrophically and repeatedly, because intelligence without other things, emotional regulation, social awareness, the willingness to do the pedestrian labor that intelligence often considers beneath it, tends toward spectacular collapse. That kind of failure has its own logic, its own dignity even. The dignity of the grand gesture that turns out to be wrong. The hell I mean is subtler. It is the hell of being too smart for the available roles, of looking at the options that the world presents you with and recognizing that none of them are sufficient, that none of them can hold you, that the life you could live is always going to be bigger than the life you are actually permitted. It is the hell of being right, regularly, provably, demonstrably right about important things, and being ignored, of seeing what is coming before anyone else and being dismissed, of having a mind that is genuinely extraordinary in a world that has decided, for its own reasons, to make use of it in the most humiliating possible way. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., Sideshow. Bob spent years of his life as the silent assistant to a children's television clown. Think about this for a moment. Think about what it means, specifically. Here is a man who graduated from Yale. Here is a man who conducts symphonies, who quotes Gilbert and Sullivan from memory, who can discourse with fluency on philosophy, literature, mathematics, and the fine arts. Here's a man whose intellect is, by any reasonable measure, the most formidable in all of Springfield, a town not overrun with formidable intellects. And he was Sideshow Bob. He sat next to Krusty the Clown and handed him props and took pies to the face and laughed when Krusty needed a laughing noise and was, in the official accounting of the show within the show, furniture. Background. The thing next to the thing. He was driven to attempted murder by a pie to the face. This is what the show tells us initially about his motivation. That it was vanity, wounded pride, the petulance of someone who thought too highly of himself and couldn't accept his subordinate role. And it is true that vanity is in the mix. Bob is vain. He is vain in the specific way of people who are genuinely distinguished and who know it and who have therefore built a self-image that depends heavily on being recognized as distinguished. But sit with the pie to the face. Sit with the years of it. Not one pie, not two pies, but an entire career's worth of pies lies. An entire career's worth of being the punchline rather than the comedian. Of having talent that no one in the room acknowledged. Of being reduced daily to the status of the thing that takes the fall, so the real performer can look good. What does that do to someone? Not to someone fragile or damaged or already inclined toward violence, but to someone genuinely intelligent, genuinely capable, genuinely aware of the distance between what they are and what they are being used as. What is the accumulation of that awareness year after year, pie after pie? It is not nothing. It becomes something. It becomes a specific, festering resentment that erupts in Bob's first crime. Framing Krusty for armed robbery, engineering a situation in which the clown is removed, and Bob can finally take the stage himself. It is not a random act of violence. It is a plan. It is, by the standards of the show, a sophisticated plan, a plan that works right up until Bart Simpson, 8 years old and bored and irritatingly observant, notices the thing that undoes it. And this is the second layer of Bob's particular hell. Bart Simpson. Bart is not stupid. We have discussed this. Bart has genuine intelligence of a particular sideways kind. Intuitive, pattern recognizing, socially alert. He is not Bob's intellectual equal. He is not Bob's intellectual anything. The distance between their capacities is real and significant, and the show depicts it with remarkable consistency. But Bart keeps catching Bob anyway. Not because Bart is smarter, he isn't, but because Bart is lucky and present and unimpressed by sophistication, and therefore able to see through it in a way that a more sophisticated observer often cannot. The very intelligence that makes Bob's plans elegant makes them complex, and complexity has failure points. And Bart, moving through the world with the blunt instrument of his survival instincts, keeps finding those failure points by accident. Bob knows this. He is aware with perfect clarity that he is being thwarted by someone far below his intellectual level, and the awareness is its own ongoing torment. He is not losing to a worthy adversary. He is losing to a child. He is losing to the same child repeatedly over years in ways that become increasingly elaborate and increasingly futile. There is an episode where Sideshow Bob gets to catch Bart. He is on the island. He has the boy. The plan has worked. And he is about to complete the act of revenge he has been building toward for years. And then Bart asks him to perform all of HMS Pinafore first. And Bob does. Because Bob cannot resist an audience. Cannot resist the invitation to perform, to demonstrate his range and his taste and his capacity, even if the audience is the child he's about to kill, even if the performance is delay, even if the act of performing is the thing that ultimately undoes him again. This is one of the show's most psychologically precise jokes. Bob is undone not by stupidity, not by bad luck, not by circumstances beyond his control. He is undone by his own nature, the need to be seen, the need to perform brilliance for someone, anyone, even his intended victim. The need that was created in him by years of being passed over, by years of having the audience's eyes on Krusty while he stood to the side with the props, by years of being good in a world that consistently looked past him to something lesser. His family, the Terwilligers. The show gave us Bob's family in a later episode, and the family is extraordinary. A collection of equally intelligent, equally theatrical, equally slightly unhinged people who share Bob's gifts and his tendencies, and who regard murder and manipulation as entirely normal expressions of family values. The Terwilligers are what happens when intelligence runs without moral friction through multiple generations, when the capacity for planning and the contempt for lesser minds are inherited and reinforced and never meaningfully challenged. Bob fits with his family in a way he does not fit anywhere else. With them, his nature is unremarkable. With them, the intelligence is not the thing that sets him apart. Everyone is like that. He can simply be himself, fully, without the performance of being more than what is expected of him. He does not have to fight for recognition with his family, because recognition is the ambient condition of the space. This is the thing that Bob has always been looking for, and has never been able to find outside his family, an environment that is actually large enough for him. Uh, every other space he has occupied, the Krusty Show, Springfield, the prison system, has been too small. He fills it completely and then overflows, and the overflow is always disastrous. Because overflow in a person of Bob's particular combination of intelligence and grievance and theatrical need is always disastrous. There is also the question of what Bob would have been if Springfield had been different. If, when he arrived at the Krusty Show as a young man with his Yale degree and his baritone voice and his extraordinary education, someone had looked at him and said, "You have real talent. Let's find you something worthy of it." If the world had been able to accommodate him at the level he required, he might have been extraordinary, not just capable of extraordinary things in the service of villainy, but genuinely, constructively extraordinary. The mind that plots the framing of Krusty and the attempted murder of Bart, and the various elaborate schemes that follow, is the same mind that could have been used for other things. Conducted the symphony, written the book, built something, made something that lasted. Instead, he was a sideshow, and then he was a murderer, and then he was the show's recurring villain, the joke that comes back, the man in the clown makeup, and the enormous feet who keeps failing to kill a 10-year-old. The feet deserve a mention, actually. Sideshow Bob's enormous feet, the physical gag, the rake in the grass that he keeps stepping on, the slapstick that is the show's insistence on anchoring even its most formidable antagonist in the grammar of clown comedy, are a kind of perfect metaphor for his situation. He cannot move through the world without stepping on the thing that trips him. He cannot escape the comedy. He is too big, too obvious, too much. He fills every room and every space he enters, and the filling is always also the tripping. His size is his downfall. His presence gives him away. He wanted to be free of the comedy. He spent his whole life trying to escape the comedy. And he cannot. The show will not let him because his function in the show is to be the villain who loses, the intelligent man who is undone by a child, the sophistication that is always finally brought low by the slapstick of a rake. He is, in this reading, the show's self-aware admission that intelligence is not enough, that the world the show depicts, Springfield America, the cartoon logic that governs both, is a world where a certain kind of brilliant, wounded, self-aggrandizing intelligence will always lose to the blunter, luckier, more adaptable survival instincts of someone like Bart. Not because the world is fair, because the world is a comedy, and in comedies, the man taking the pies to the face is always funnier than the man who refuses to. Bob refuses to be funny. He has always refused, has strained against the role with every molecule of his considerable self. And the straining is the funniest thing about him. His dignity in the face of the indignity, his eloquence in the middle of the catastrophe, his absolute conviction maintained across decades of failure and imprisonment and being thwarted by a child, that he is better than this. He might be right about that. He might genuinely be better than the life the show has given him. But the show is not interested in giving him the life he deserves, because the life he deserves is not funny, and the life he has been given is some of the best comedy the show has ever produced. He is trapped in a comedy. He knows he is trapped in a comedy. And the knowledge, the awareness, the relentless consciousness of the trap he is in, that is the cage, his cage, as thoroughly inescapable as Ned's, as thoroughly built by forces outside his control as Homer's, as thoroughly maintained by the logic of the show as anything in Springfield. But unlike Ned, Bob can see his. Unlike Homer, Bob has the cognitive capacity to understand the architecture of his own imprisonment. He knows exactly what he is to the show. He knows exactly how this ends, which is with him failing again, the rake, the pie, the enormous feat, the rolling credits. Knowing doesn't help. It never does in Springfield. That's the point. The trap is not sprung by ignorance. The trap holds whether you see it or not. The only difference is that Bob sees it and rages against it and keeps planning, keeps trying, keeps carrying the Yale education and the baritone voice and the contempt for mediocrity into situations where mediocrity defeats him every time. He is magnificent in his futility. He is the most alive character in Springfield, the one most fully conscious of his own condition. And that consciousness is his prison, which is the most Simpsons thing about him, and perhaps the truest. Section 10. Apu Nahasapima Petalon, the immigrant who became a punchline. There is a man who stands behind a counter in Springfield for 35 years. He is there at 3 in the morning when Homer wants a squishy. He is there on Thanksgiving, on Christmas, in the middle of a snowstorm, in the middle of a heat wave. He sells lottery tickets to people who are gambling their rent money. He sells cigarettes to people he knows are going to die from them. He sells the squishy and the hot dog that has been rotating on the heated rack for a number of hours that it would not be wise to examine too closely. He is there. He is always there. Apu Nahasapima Petilon has a PhD in computer science from the Calcutta Institute of Technology, one of the most competitive academic institutions in Asia. He graduated at the top of his class. He came to America to complete his doctoral work at Springfield Heights Institute of Technology, and he wrote a doctoral dissertation that his advisor, Professor Frink, described as remarkable. He is, by any academic or intellectual measure, significantly overqualified to be running a convenience store. He is running a convenience store. Let's approach this slowly, because the story of Apu in The Simpsons is a story with several distinct layers, and all of them deserve attention. And most of them are complicated, and the complication is real and worth sitting with rather than resolving too quickly in either direction. The first layer is the one that most people encounter first, which is the layer of representation. Apu was, for many years, the most visible South Asian character on American television. This is a remarkable and depressing fact about the state of American television in the 1990s, but it is a fact. Millions of Americans, including millions of South Asian Americans, had their primary relationship with the idea of South Asian identity mediated through a cartoon character in a convenience store. Apu was not the only representation, but he was, in terms of mainstream reach and cultural visibility, the dominant one. And what was that representation? A thick accent played for comedy. A series of jokes built around the specific textures of immigrant life, the convenience store, the extended family, the religious observance, the particular kind of outsider status that comes from being visibly, audibly, obviously from somewhere else in a town that has very little experience with anywhere else. The accent was performed by Hank Azaria, who is not South Asian, who did the voice for decades with enormous skill and with what was clearly genuine affection for the character, but who was nonetheless not South Asian. This became, eventually, a genuine cultural conversation, a documentary, real debate, real questions about what it means when the face of your community on television is a voice that doesn't belong to your community. When the jokes that define you in the mainstream consciousness are jokes made from the outside looking in, performed by someone who goes home to a different life when the recording ends. The show, to its credit, engaged with this. It retired Apu from an active role with the acknowledgement, incomplete, contested, but present, that the representation had been insufficient. But here's what I want to slow down and look at underneath all of that. What was the actual story of Apu when the show was paying attention to him? What was there inside the character before and after, and alongside the comedy that surrounded him? He came here with a plan. This is the foundational fact about Apu that gets lost in the jokes. He did not come to Springfield to work in a convenience store. He came with a specific, ambitious plan to complete his education, to establish himself academically, to build a life in America that would justify the distance from home. That would represent something real about what he had given up and left behind. He had a trajectory, he had a goal, he stayed. The staying happened gradually, the way the most important decisions happen, not as a single dramatic choice, but as an accumulation of smaller choices, each individually reasonable that add up to a life you didn't entirely intend to have. The degree took longer than expected. He needed money, and the quick E-Mart provided it. The providing became a tenure, and the tenure became a career, and the career became the thing people introduced him as. He owned the store eventually, or at least managed it with the full weight of ownership responsibility without always having the full authority of ownership. He built something in it, a genuine community role, a relationship with the neighborhood, a set of connections and loyalties and ongoing commitments that constitute a life even if they don't constitute the life he planned. There's the episode in which he becomes an American citizen. It is one of the show's most affecting sequences, not the comedy around it, but the moment itself. Apu taking the oath, becoming officially, legally, in the recognition of the state, an American. He has been building toward this for years, and the moment is earned and real. The country he came from and the country he chose meet in the language of the ceremony, and something is genuinely resolved. But the resolution is incomplete because resolution in Springfield is always incomplete. He goes back to the store. He goes back to the counter and the squishy machine and the rotating hot dog and the customers who mostly don't ask about the PhD. The citizenship is important to him, genuinely and deeply important, but it doesn't transform his material circumstances. He is still the man behind the counter. He marries Manjula. The arranged marriage plotline, which the show handles with its usual mixture of warmth and comedy and occasional insensitivity, gives Apu a domestic life and, eventually, octuplets. 8 children. The octuplets are a joke, obviously, a running gag, a source of visual comedy and narrative chaos. But they are also 8 actual human beings who depend on him. 8 actual human beings whose existence intensifies every pressure he was already under. 8 reasons to stay at the counter, long past the point where his own ambitions would have told him to leave. The children are loved. This is clear in the episodes that take them seriously. Apu is not a negligent or indifferent father. He is overwhelmed, chronically, in the way that anyone responsible for 8 small children, while also running a 24-hour business, would be overwhelmed. But he shows up. He tries to be present. He wants something specific for them, a life better than the one he has, a life that can include the choices he didn't have, a life that isn't built around the counter at the quick E-Mart. His relationship with the Simpson family specifically is one of genuine affection within a significant power imbalance. He is their neighbor, their friend, the man they rely on for late-night food and small conveniences, and the particular low-key warmth of a person who knows your family and your habits and your weaknesses and does not judge you for them. Homer and Apu have genuine rapport. The friendship is real. But Apu is also, within the social architecture of Springfield, occupying a particular position that is not entirely comfortable. He is necessary in the way that immigrants who own service businesses in working-class neighborhoods are often necessary, essential, relied upon, significantly present in the community's daily life, and simultaneously located outside the full warmth of the community's sense of itself. He belongs to Springfield the way the store belongs to the street, permanently, functionally, and somehow always at a slight angle. He has never fully resolved the distance from home. The show touches on this in various places: the return trips, the phone calls to parents, the festivals observed in the back of the store, the persistence of a way of being in the world that did not originate on Evergreen Terrace. He carries two places. He always has. The carrying is not a burden exactly, or not only a burden. It is also what he is. The doubled consciousness that comes with having been formed somewhere and having chosen somewhere else. But it means there is always a part of him that Springfield cannot reach. The PAD sits in the background of every scene he is in. It is not mentioned constantly, but it is there. The credential, the education, the evidence of a mind that was trained to do something different and more complex than count change and restock the squishy machine. He is not wasting his intelligence exactly. The management of a small business is more intellectually demanding than it is given credit for. The social intelligence required to serve a community well is real and requires constant exercise. But the specific intelligence he cultivated, the academic ambition he had, is not what this life asks of him. He made a life anyway. This is what I want to leave you with about Apu. Underneath the jokes, underneath the accent and the catchphrases and the comedy that made him famous and eventually made him controversial, there is a man who came somewhere with a plan, and the plan didn't work out, and he made a life anyway. Out of what was available, out of the counter and the squishy and the customer he has been serving for 30 years who still can't remember his name, out of the marriage and the 8 children and the citizenship ceremony, out of the community, imperfect and limited and not always kind, but real, he made something real. It is not the thing he intended to make, but it is his, and he is there reliably at 3 in the morning, and the door opens and the light is on. Section 11. Chief Clancy Wiggum, the corrupt cop, who knows he's failing everyone. There is a man in Springfield whose job is to protect the public, and the man is not equipped to protect the public, and the man knows he is not equipped to protect the public, and the knowledge sits inside him alongside everything else: the donuts, and the laziness, and the good nature, and the love for his son. And he manages it the way people manage things they can't fix and can't escape, which is by not looking at it too directly. Clancy Wiggum is not evil. This matters. In a show full of characters who can be read as moral failures or agents of harm, Wiggum is something more specific and more recognizable. He is the man who means well and is structurally unable to do well. He is the gap between intention and capacity made uniform and given a badge. He became a police chief in a town that, as we have established, has more than its share of things that require policing. Burns's ongoing environmental crimes, the various organized crime elements that move through Springfield with casual freedom, the infrastructure decay, the public safety failures, the accumulating social problems of a community that has been economically hollowed out and environmentally poisoned for decades. These are the things a police chief should be thinking about. These are the problems that his job, nominally, exists to address. Wiggum thinks about donuts. He thinks about donuts with the focused, uncomplicated pleasure of someone who has found one of the things that makes life good and has decided not to look beyond it too far. He thinks about his son. He thinks about his wife, Sarah, who is sharper than he is and knows it, and has made a kind of peace with the arrangement. He thinks about getting home at a reasonable hour, which doesn't always happen, and about the television he wants to watch when he gets there. He is not thinking about Burns. He is not thinking about the three-eyed fish. He is not thinking about the skeletons in the nuclear plant's basement, or the radioactive waste in the children's playground, or the pattern of environmental damage that has been accumulating in Springfield for decades. He is not thinking about these things because thinking about these things would require him to act, and acting would require taking on the most powerful man in Springfield, and that is not something he has either the resources or the institutional support to do. So he doesn't think about them, he lets them be someone else's problem or no one's problem, which is the same thing in a town where the institutional capacity to make anything anyone's problem is as limited as it is in Springfield. His corruption is real. Let's not minimize it. Wiggum accepts things he should not accept. He looks the other way when looking the other way serves him. He lets people off when the people are connected to someone he doesn't want to antagonize. He runs the Springfield Police Department with the management philosophy of someone who has given up on excellence and is aiming for functional, and who has mostly given up on functional and is aiming for present. But the corruption is not pure venality. It is not the corruption of someone who chose this, who weighed options and decided that self-interest was worth the cost. It is the corruption of someone who became this gradually through a series of small accommodations, each individually justifiable, that added up over years to a position that he couldn't get out of even if he wanted to. He's been the police chief for a long time. He was the police chief when most of the current problems were already in place. He inherited a department that was already underfunded and undertrained and embedded in a town that had already decided that certain kinds of accountability were inconvenient. He could, theoretically, have fought that. He could have been the man who pushed back, who insisted on standards, who made the department what a department should be. He could have. He wasn't that man. And the thing that makes his story genuinely sad rather than simply comic is the suspicion that he knows somewhere that he wasn't that man, that he had the chance and didn't take it, that the path not taken was visible to him at some point, and he chose the other one, and the other one has led him here. His son Ralph is, in the show's internal logic, not quite like other children. Ralph Wiggum is famously strange. His lines are non sequiturs. His observations are disconnected from the conversations around them. He moves through the world with the serene incomprehension of someone operating in a different reality from everyone else. He is loved by the fan community for this strangeness, for the particular kind of comedy that his disconnection generates. But Ralph Wiggum is also a child who has grown up with a father who is distracted, who uses the department's resources for personal convenience, who has not modeled the kind of engaged, consistent parenting that tends to produce children with well-developed social and cognitive anchoring. Ralph is loved. Wiggum loves his son, straightforwardly and without complication, which may be his most genuinely good quality. But he is loved from a distance, loved between the donuts and the cases and the general entropy of his father's professional life. There is also the matter of the specific failures, the cases Wiggum doesn't solve, or solves incorrectly, or solves with a confidence that is thoroughly disproportionate to his actual competence. The Homer as suspect episode in the Burns shooting investigation, where Wiggum manages to get the right DNA evidence and the wrong conclusion, and nearly prosecutes an innocent man for a crime he almost certainly didn't commit. The various moments where criminal activity is reported to the Springfield police and the Springfield police either don't respond, respond incorrectly, or respond in ways that manage to make the situation worse. He is not stupid, exactly. He is the kind of functional cunning that people develop when they are not book smart, but have survived in a particular environment for a long time. He knows the politics of Springfield. He knows who not to cross and who can be crossed. He knows the informal power structures of the town in ways that a smarter, less embedded man might not, because smarter men often miss the informal structures that operate beneath the official ones. But knowledge of the corrupt structure is not the same as the ability to improve it, and Wiggum has never shown much interest in the improving. He has shown interest in the navigating. He knows where the rocks are and he steers around them, and the steering has kept him in office for decades, which is itself a kind of achievement in a town that generates as many crises as Springfield does. The show occasionally gives him grace notes. There are moments, small, quiet ones, where Wiggum does something right, where the instinct toward actual protection surfaces through the layers of incompetence and self-interest and shows itself. He loves Ralph. He loves Sura. In moments of genuine crisis, not the manufactured crises of episode plots, but the quieter, more personal ones, there is something in him that wants to be the man the badge implies. He isn't that man consistently. He has moments of him. And the moments are enough to keep him from being simply a joke, from being merely a prop of institutional failure. He is a person who is put in a job too big for him and has been trying to fill it for longer than is comfortable with tools that are insufficient, in a town that is, by any reasonable measure, actually quite difficult to police. He is not the reason Springfield is what it is. He is a symptom. He is what you get when a community's institutions are underfunded and undersupported and embedded in a web of influence and money that makes genuine accountability structurally impossible. He is what happens when the people best equipped to hold power accountable have the least power themselves. He is what happens at the end of a long chain of causes that started well before he pinned on the badge. None of that excuses him. He had agency. He made choices. The choices added up to this. But the choices were made by a man who meant reasonably well and was simply insufficient. And that combination, the good intentions and the insufficient capacity and the structural impossibility of the task, is one of the show's most honest depictions of how institutions actually fail. Not through pure malice, not through simple corruption, but through the accumulation of small inadequacies, each manageable on its own, that combine into something that no longer protects anyone. He will put the donut down eventually, or he won't. Springfield will be roughly as policed tomorrow as it was today. Burns will go on. The fish will have 3 eyes. And Wiggum will get in his squad car and drive through the streets of the town he has been charged with protecting and has protected imperfectly, driving past the things he cannot fix and the things he has chosen not to see. And he will do his rounds and he will go home, and Ralph will say something that doesn't quite connect to anything, and Sarah will have dinner on the table, and this is the life that was available to him and the life he chose and the life he has. It is not enough. For Springfield, it was never going to be enough. But he shows up every day, which in Springfield, which has given up on so much more than that, is at least something. Closing. Springfield forever. It is late now, or early. The two things have a way of becoming the same thing at this hour. You have been in Springfield for a while. We have walked through the houses on Evergreen Terrace and sat with the people inside them and tried to see them clearly, not as cartoon characters, not as comedy devices, not as the yellow-skinned, four-fingered, overbite sporting inhabitants of a joke that has been running for 35 years. We have tried to see them as something closer to what they actually are, which is people. Fictional people, yes. Animated people, yes. But people assembled with enough care and enough honesty that they carry real thing, i.e., real grief, real love, real damage, real hope. Homer, the broken man who chose the fog over the clarity because the clarity was too hard, and who found in his youngest daughter's face a reason to keep going that the clarity couldn't diminish. Marge, the artist who put her brushes away and her talent in service of other people and who maintains the whole structure through an act of sustained will that no one adequately thanks her for, and who hums that specific hum when things are going wrong, and who keeps going. Bart, the boy who was never taught the language of his own inner life and learned instead to break things, and who says, "I love you, Lisa," in the middle of chaos, as though the saying costs him nothing when it probably costs him everything. Lisa, alone in her room, playing her saxophone to the window, being 8 years old in a town that doesn't know what to do with her, waiting for a world that is large enough. Maggie, watching, always watching. The pacifier and the enormous eyes and the silence that is not emptiness but patience. The patience of someone who is taking very, very careful notes. Mr. Burns, 130 years old, holding a stuffed bear in a dark room for just a moment before putting it down and going back to the business of being monstrous. Ned Flanders, waving over the fence, the smile steady, the rage underneath it running the program. It has been running since childhood. And underneath the rage, somewhere, the child who was feral and loud and full of something that the conditioning mislabeled as a problem. Mona Simpson, somewhere in the past, leaving a room, closing a door, carrying a kiss that she gave to a sleeping face and will carry for the rest of her life. Sideshow Bob, stepping on the rake. Again, the expression of absolute, educated, Shakespearean outrage. The enormous feat, the comedy he cannot escape. Apu at the counter at 3 in the morning, the store lit up in the dark street, the door always open, the light always on. Chief Wiggum doing his rounds. They're all still there. They will be there tomorrow and the day after. They will be there in 10 years and in 20, probably, cycling through the same streets in the same eternal present, the children never growing, the parents never aging, the town never resolving its fundamental contradictions. The loop runs. Springfield turns, the credits roll, and the couch gag plays. And Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie pile onto the sofa in that specific order, that specific arrangement. The family as unit, the family as the one fixed point in the floating universe of the show, and the music plays and the next episode begins. What does it mean that we keep watching? After everything we've looked at tonight, after the radiation and the crayon and the biological weapons lab and the cage built around a rage and the mother who had to leave and the genius on the rake, what does it mean that we are here in the dark at this hour with Springfield? I think it means that the show is telling us something true, even in its exaggerations, especially in its exaggerations. The animated, impossible, never-aging, physics-defying truth of Springfield is not escapism from the real world. It is a reflection of the real world, run through a lens that bends and brightens and simplifies just enough that we can look at it. Just enough that the sadness and the love and the institutional failure and the human persistence and the irreducible fact of families trying badly, imperfectly, with insufficient tools, in difficult circumstances, with love that is real even when it is expressed clumsily, just enough that all of that can be held at once. Homer is us, not the parts of us we like, the parts of us we manage, the part that would rather be comfortable than awake, the part that finds reasons to stay even in the trap, the part that loves its children with a devotion that exceeds its ability to express that love and keeps trying anyway. Marge is us, the part that holds, the part that keeps the structure standing through sheer, sustained, largely unrecognized effort, the part that puts itself last and then wonders, in the quiet moments, where it went. Bart is us at 10, before we learned to perform the right things, when the only tools we had were chaos and loyalty and the specific courage of someone who doesn't know yet that the world is going to be harder than this. Lisa is us at our most isolated, the part that knows more than the room is comfortable with, the part that wants so badly for someone to understand what it's actually saying. And Maggie is the part of us that is still watching, still taking notes, still not sure yet what it's going to do with everything it has learned. Still waiting. You know this family. You have always known this family. They are not strangers in a cartoon town. They are something older and more persistent than that. They are the way we tell ourselves about ourselves, dressed in yellow, frozen in time, looping forever through the same evenings in the same house on the same street. That could be any street in any town in the country you grew up in. It is very late now, or very early. The room you're in is quiet. The light is low, or the light is off, or the glow of the screen has replaced all other light. You don't have to go anywhere. Springfield will be here. It is always here. The family will be on the couch when you look for them. The music will play. Sleep if you're ready. Drift if you're not. We went all the way down into the dark of Springfield tonight, and we found something worth finding. Not a conspiracy, not a horror, but the thing underneath both of those, the ordinary, extraordinary, mostly failing, somehow surviving fact of people trying to love each other in the middle of everything that makes loving each other hard. That's the show. That has always been the show. Rest now. Springfield will be there in the morning. If you made it all the way to the end, thank you. Something about that means more than I know how to say. If you're somewhere in the world right now listening to this, tell me where in the comments. Tell me what time it is. There's something I love about knowing that people everywhere have been sitting with Springfield in the dark tonight. And if you want more nights like this, more slow, careful dives into the things we love and what they're actually saying, yeah, the subscribe button is there. It's just a click. It keeps the light on. See you next time. Section 7 continued. Ned Flanders. Deeper into the cage. Let's go back to Ned. Because we left him at the fence, waving. And there is more to say. There's always more to say about someone who has been maintained this carefully over this long a period. The maintenance itself tells you something. The thing about the conditioning, the childhood reprogramming that built Ned's goodness as a cage rather than a character, is that it was successful in the ways that mattered to the people who commissioned it. Ned became manageable. Ned became predictable. Ned became the kind of person that communities find enormously useful. Reliable, generous, unthreatening, available. He became the neighbor who will always help you move, who will always babysit, who will always lend you the lawnmower, and not ask too many questions about why your grass is 4 feet tall again. And the people who use these qualities rarely think too hard about where they came from. Why would they? The result is what they want. The generous neighbor, the stable community anchor, the man with the Bible and the smile and the high diddly ho. This is the outcome. They have the outcome. They don't need the origin story. But origin stories matter. Where a thing came from shapes what it is. And what Ned's goodness came from was a child's pain. A child who was unruly and loud and full of something. Energy, maybe? Or something that with the right nurturing could have become passion, assertion, the capacity to stand for things rather than simply accommodate them. And who had that thing beaten out of him not with cruelty, but with the clinical efficiency of mid-century behavioral psychology. The therapist who treated young Ned was not a monster. The show doesn't play him as a monster. He was a professional doing what his training told him was helpful, using the tools available to him, working toward an outcome that the parents had requested and that, by any external measure, he achieved. Ned stopped being difficult. Ned became pleasant. Case closed, success declared. What the therapist and the parents and the external measures didn't account for was the interiority of the child, what it felt like from the inside to have the difficult parts removed, what it meant for the development of Ned's sense of self, that the self that emerged from the therapy was not quite the self that went in, that something was done to him that he did not choose, that altered him at a fundamental level, and that he has been living inside the result of that alteration ever since, without quite knowing what the original version felt like, without having a clear memory of who he was before. This is one of the more quietly disturbing elements of Ned's story. The original Ned is inaccessible to him. He can't go back to himself, can't recover the version of himself that the conditioning replaced, because that version predates his functional memory. He was changed before he was old enough to remember being unchanged. He cannot grieve what was taken from him because he cannot fully recall what was taken. He only knows the result. He only knows the cage, which has become indistinguishable from the person. When the hurricane episode cracks him open and the rage pours out, it is startling for everyone, including Ned. You can see it, even in animation, even in the limited physical vocabulary of the cartoon. The quality of his surprise at himself. The shock of encountering an emotion he has been told, since childhood, he is not supposed to have. The disorientation of someone whose self-concept does not include the word angry, encountering, unmistakably, anger. He names Homer in his tirade. He names Homer specifically, and what he says about Homer is that he has been patient with Homer's selfishness and incompetence and casual cruelty for years without ever receiving adequate acknowledgement of that patience, without Homer ever really changing, without the patience being met with the kind of growth or gratitude that patience is supposed to eventually produce. He is right. This is important. Ned's rage, when it breaks through, is not delusional. It is not the distorted perception of someone whose conditioning has failed and whose grip on reality has slipped. It is accurate. The things he accuses Homer and others of are things those people actually did. The grievance is real. The grievance has always been real. The conditioning just refused to let him feel it. What happens in the aftermath, the institutionalization, the therapy, the revelation of his childhood, and then the eventual return to the house, the fence, the smile, that is the most disturbing part. Because the treatment works again. Because Ned, after a stay in a mental health facility, after the revelation that his entire personality was engineered rather than chosen, goes back to being Ned, goes back to the high diddly ho, goes back to the accommodation, goes back to the version of himself that the original therapy produced. This could be read as resilience, could be read as the genuine depth of who he has become, that the Ned who emerged from the conditioning has been Ned long enough that he is now genuinely that person, that the cage has become the house, that you can't meaningfully separate the original from the installed version after enough time has passed. Maybe that's true. Maybe it is. The show doesn't fully decide, but it could also be read as the conditioning reestablishing itself. Could be read as the therapy that was supposed to help him actually returning him to the same state, the same managed suppression, the same careful performance of goodness over the same buried chaos. Could be read as the system that broke him, fixing him back to broken, with the fixing indistinguishable from the breaking. The show doesn't decide. This is one of the things that makes Ned, in the end, one of the most genuinely complex characters in its history. The show refuses to resolve him, refuses to say definitively whether the goodness is real or performed, whether the faith is sustaining or anesthetic, whether the man waving over the fence is who he chose to be or who he was made to be. He lives next door to Homer. He has always lived next door to Homer. Homer, who is broken by external forces. Burns' enterprise, his mother's exile, his father's coldness, the crayon, the radiation, the long institutional neglect of someone with no power in a system that exploits its powerless. Homer, whose damage is comprehensible, traceable, the product of specific, identifiable forces acting on a specific person over a specific period of time. Ned, whose damage is subtler and stranger. The damage of being improved past the point of selfhood, of being made into something useful rather than something whole. They are neighbors. They have been neighbors for 35 years. They are, in the architecture of the show's central relationship, the two poles between which the story of Springfield lives. The man who was broken by the world and kept going anyway, and the man who was fixed by the world and has never quite recovered from the fixing. In the moments when they genuinely connect, the camping trips, the shared vulnerabilities, the occasional episode where they do something together and something real passes between them, you see what they might have been to each other if the circumstances had been different. If Homer had a father who was warmer and Ned had a childhood that was less interventionist, if they had met as the people they might have been rather than the people their histories made them, they would have been good for each other, probably. There is a version of this friendship that is the best thing in Springfield. Two imperfect men, different in every visible way, finding in each other the specific comfort of being known by someone who has been there for the whole complicated story. They have that sometimes. In the spaces between the antagonism and the comedy and the fence and the gutter that Homer keeps borrowing and breaking, there is that. It is enough. In Springfield, it tends to be what's available, and what's available tends to be enough to go on. Ned waves, Homer waves back, the loop runs. Section 12, Abraham Simpson, the father who chose the lie. There is something specific about men of Abraham Simpson's generation. And this is not to excuse them, not to wrap the harm they caused in the gauze of historical context and thereby neutralize it. But there's something specific about what it meant to be that kind of man in that era in a working class community in mid-century America that shaped what Abe could and couldn't do, what he was capable of, and what was, by the standards of his formation, beyond him. He was not built for softness. The world that made him didn't offer softness as a currency worth having. It offered toughness, stoicism, the willingness to endure without complaint, and to not require from the people around you the acknowledgement of what the enduring cost. You carried your weight. You didn't talk about the carrying. You put your head down and you did the next thing. And then the thing after that, and then eventually you died. And the doing was your legacy. This is not an unusual formation. It is, in fact, the dominant formation of a very large generation of American men. And we are still living in the aftermath of it. The sons of those men, Homers, all of them, carrying the specific wounds of fathers who had no language for love, and so expressed it in the only currency available, which was presence and provision and a kind of gruff proximity that was supposed to say what couldn't be said out loud. Abe loved Homer. The show makes this clear when it makes it clear, which is not often enough. The love was real. It was real in the way that love is often real when it cannot be expressed in the mode the other person needs. Completely present on the inside, almost entirely invisible on the outside, manifesting as actions that don't quite add up to the warmth the actions were supposed to convey. He told Homer his mother was dead. Let's stay with this. Because this is Abe's central act, the one that shaped everything else about Homer's life, that put the architecture of his damage in place before Homer was old enough to understand that damage was being done. Why? The simple reading is cowardice. The simple reading is that Abe couldn't face telling his son the complicated truth, that his mother had left, that she had run from the government, that she had been forced out by the vengeance of a man Abe had chosen to make a deal with rather than confront, that the whole situation was a tangled web of political choices and institutional power and personal failure that Abe was not equipped to explain to a child and was also himself not ready to fully face. So he said she's dead. Simpler, cleaner. A story with an ending rather than a story with ongoing complications. A wound that was supposed to close and scar rather than stay open. It didn't close. That's the thing Abe did not understand or chose not to face. That a lie does not create a closed wound. It creates a wound that cannot be properly treated because the nature of the wound is hidden. Homer spent his entire childhood and much of his adult life mourning a woman who was alive, processing a loss that had not occurred, building his understanding of maternal love on the premise that mothers leave, that he was the kind of son a mother would rather be dead than raise. This belief, this false Abe-constructed belief, became one of the load-bearing walls of Homer psychology. Everything he built afterward was built on it. The desperate need for approval, the terror of abandonment, the inability to believe fully that the people who love him will stay. The way he holds Marge sometimes with a slightly anxious grip, as though the holding might prevent the leaving that has always in the back of his damaged mind seemed inevitable. Abe built that. He built it not with malice, but with the specific failure of a man who could not be honest about something difficult, who chose his own comfort over his son's need to know the truth, who made a decision that seemed, in the moment, to spare Homer pain, and which instead simply deferred the pain while multiplying it. And then there is the deal with Burns. In the calculus of Abe's life, the deal was pragmatic. He had discovered something that Burns would prefer remained undiscovered. He had leverage. He could have done various things with that leverage, reported it, confronted Burns, made it public. He could have been the man who held a billionaire accountable for something. He traded it instead for his son's job security. He traded a chance at accountability for a guarantee that Homer would always have a place at the plant. The love in this is real. He was protecting Homer in the only way he could imagine protecting him, with the tools available to a man of his class and his time. Not advocacy, not exposure, not the kind of dramatic, righteous action that other people might take, but a deal. A handshake agreement with a devil, sealed in the currency of silence. What Abe didn't account for, what he either couldn't see or chose not to see, was that the deal was also a trap. That guaranteeing Homer's job at the power plant meant guaranteeing Homer's proximity to the man who had destroyed his family. That the protection was also the imprisonment. That every paycheck Homer ever received from Burns was a paycheck signed by the man his mother fought against and his father made a deal with, and his entire life was organized around, without Homer ever understanding why. Homer is the product of two people who loved him. A mother who made a political choice that separated her from him, and a father who made a pragmatic choice that bound him to the source of the damage. Both choices were made with love. Both choices were catastrophic. Both shaped Homer into the person who needs a crayon in his brain to survive his own life. Abe is in the retirement home now. He has been in the retirement home for the entire run of the show, more or less. Forgotten, more often than not, by the family he raised and the town he inhabited, telling stories that no one listens to about events that may or may not have happened the way he says they happened. He is the comedy of irrelevance, the old man whose time has passed. But in the quiet moments, in the episodes that take him seriously, there is something else. There is the weight of what he knows. There is the specific sadness of a man who has lived long enough to see the consequences of his choices. Not abstractly, not theoretically, but in the face of his son, in the life his son is living, in the damage that runs through the Simpson household like a current, quiet and persistent. He cannot fix it. He never could. And the knowledge that he was part of the making of it, that his lie and his deal were not just passive failures, but active contributions to the structure of harm, is the thing that sits behind the rambling and the forgetfulness and the stories about walking uphill both ways. He is a very old man with very heavy knowledge. He carries it the way men of his formation carry everything, without naming it, without discussing it, without the comfort of having been able to ask for help. He carries it alone. He has always carried it alone. That's not a defense. But it is a fact about him that makes him something more than a joke, something more than the comedy of a discarded generation. He is a man who made wrong choices and has had a very long time to understand that he made them. Springfield has mostly forgotten this. Springfield forgets most things. But the forgetting doesn't undo what was done. It never does. In Springfield or anywhere else. The debt stays, the walls stand. Homer goes to work. Section 13. Hans Moleman, the man who dies and is reborn. His name is Hans Moleman. He is approximately, depending on which episode you trust, which is a question the show makes deliberately impossible to answer, somewhere between 31 years old and 95 years old. And he looks in every possible version of his existence like a man who has aged past the point where age becomes its own commentary. He is small, he is nearly blind. He wears glasses with lenses so thick they suggest a relationship with vision that is more aspiration than function. His voice is a dry murmur that implies both wisdom and complete irrelevance. He appears, he suffers, he disappears, and then he appears again. Hans Moleman has died. By any careful count, taking into account only the canonical deaths, the ones that happen in regular episodes, rather than in the treehouse of horror specials where death is the mode of comedy, rather than the exception to it, dozens of times. He has been hit by buses, crushed by boulders, shot with arrows, eaten by bears, incinerated, drowned, buried alive, attacked by animals, struck by lightning, crushed by heavy objects falling from significant heights, and on at least one occasion struck by a car driven by Homer Simpson. And he returns. Every time. The next episode, the episode after the episode in which he definitively died, he is there again in the background, shuffling along the sidewalk in his overcoat, muttering something, existing again in his particular dim way as though the dying never occurred. No explanation, no resurrection scene, no acknowledgement from him or from anyone else that he was recently dead. What do we make of Hans Moleman? The easy reading, the reading the show invites, is that he is a background gag, a prop with a character sheet, a figure whose entire purpose is to be the thing that gets hurt, the person in the wrong place at the wrong time with the specific unluckiness of someone who has been cosmically appointed to absorb punishment on behalf of the other characters. He is the fall guy, literally, in a world that requires someone to fall. But he told us his age once. He told us he was 31 years old. 31. And he has always looked, like a man who has spent decades compressed by something. Like a man who was once a normal height and has been slowly, incrementally reduced by the weight of accumulated experience, until the person he is now is a much smaller version of the person he started as. If he is 31, then something happened to Hans Moleman very early. Something aged him past where aging should reach in 31 years. Something in his history, in his environment, in the specific conditions of a life lived in Springfield, compressed the time in his body so that a young man became an old one before the calendar said he should. The radiation theory has an explanation for this, of course. The Springfield nuclear plant's contamination doesn't affect everyone the same way. Homer's exposure produced one set of effects: the impaired cognition, the resilience, the superhuman capacity to absorb damage. Moleman's exposure in this reading produced another: the premature aging, the frailty, the diminishment. Same source, different biology, different outcome. But there is something else about Moleman that the radiation theory doesn't fully explain, which is the deaths and the returns. He doesn't just age strangely, he dies and comes back. Regularly, without ceremony, without explanation. If the coma theory is correct, If Springfield is the dream of Homer's unconscious mind, then Molman's role is clarified somewhat. He is a background element, a figure that Homer's dreaming brain generates to populate the peripheral vision of the dream. A minor character, in the narrative sense, someone who doesn't drive plot or carry emotional weight, but who needs to be there for the world to feel populated. And background elements in dreams are not maintained with the same care as foreground elements. They glitch, they reset, they die and come back because the dream doesn't need to track their continuity the way it tracks the continuity of the people who matter. Molman dies because Homer's brain occasionally forgets to maintain him. Molman returns because Homer's brain needs something in that background position. This is a cold reading. It makes Molman into something like furniture, a prop in someone else's dream, a figure with no interior life and no real continuity, just the appearance of a person attached to the function of a prop. It is possible that this is the most accurate reading within the show's internal logic. And it is possible that the accuracy makes it sad rather than satisfying. Because Molman is there, he shows up. He has a name. He has glasses that are specific to him. He has a voice that belongs to him. He has the 31 years that he mentioned once, and everything that 31 years implies. The childhood, the becoming, the set of experiences that produce the specific, diminished, perpetually dying man who shuffles along Springfield sidewalks and absorbs the world's violence with a patience that is either remarkable or simply what you get when someone has run out of the energy to protest. In one episode, Duffless, in which Homer attends an AA meeting at the behest of Marge, Molman is there. He stands up and he introduces himself and he says, "My name is Hans Molman, and I have been miserable my whole life." And that's it. The show moves on. But the line is there permanently in the record. This small man at the podium saying the truest and saddest thing anyone says in the entire episode. Not bitter, not angry, just miserable. This is the fact of it. This has been the fact of it. He doesn't die in that episode. He sits down, and the episode continues, and Hans Molman is just there, having said the truest thing, in a room full of people who are doing their own work with their own truths. And the show treats it as a background moment and moves on. But it happened. The moment happened. He stood up and he named his experience with the complete, unsentimental accuracy of someone who has had a long time to look at his life without the interference of denial. Miserable his whole life. He is 31. In the economy of Springfield sadness, and we have been cataloging that sadness all night, from Homer's wound to Ned's cage to Mona's exile to Sideshow Bob's trap. Hans Molman's sadness is the smallest and the most ordinary. It is the sadness of someone to whom the world has been consistently, casually, without particular malice or design, unkind. Not destroyed by a billionaire's grudge or trapped by childhood conditioning or isolated by extraordinary intelligence. Just unkind. Just the ordinary accumulation of a life in which things have not gone well, and the not going well has become the ambient condition. He keeps showing up. Whatever kills him, he comes back. This might be the show's way of telling us something about him, or it might be the show's way of telling us nothing in particular and simply recycling a useful prop. But in the absence of an explanation, in the space where the show declines to explain itself, there is the fact of his return. He comes back. It might be mutation. It might be dream logic. It might simply be that Springfield is the kind of place where even the people who die keep showing up. Because nowhere else will have them, because the loop runs and the town resets, and the man in the thick glasses shuffles back into the frame. There is a version of this that is entirely bleak. He is doomed to die repeatedly and return repeatedly, and never accumulate anything from the dying. never reach an understanding or an ending, just cycle through the same narrow existence forever in a town that treats his dying as background noise. And there's a version of this that is, in its strange way, a kind of grace. He keeps going. He keeps being there. He is in the frame when no one else is watching, shuffling along, muttering, existing, small and near blind and 31 years old and already ancient, miserable his whole life and still, somehow, still here. Springfield needs him. Not for any particular plot reason, not for any story function, but in the way that towns need their small, persistent, uncelebrated presences, the people who are simply there, who have always been there, who make the place feel inhabited rather than stomach. Moleman is the proof that Springfield is real, in whatever sense a cartoon town can be real. The proof that it has density and depth, and the ordinary tragedy of people who weren't built for the spotlight living ordinary, difficult lives in the background. He will die again. He will come back again. His name is Hans Moleman. He has been miserable his whole life. He is here. Section 14. Edna Crabapple. The teacher who stayed. There is a kind of person who comes to a vocation with everything it requires. The intelligence, the patience, the genuine love for the work, the capacity to see potential in people who cannot yet see it themselves. All of it present, all of it real, all of it brought to the first day at a first school in a first classroom, full of children who are messy and loud and resistant and alive. And then the years go by. Edna Krabappel is a teacher. She has always been a teacher in the way that some people are always a thing. Not as an employment description, but as a definition, a core fact about how they move through the world and what the world asks of them and what they find there. She came to teaching with the idealism that good teachers almost always carry at the beginning, the belief that what she does matters, that the children in front of her will be shaped by her presence, that the classroom is a place where something real happens. Springfield Elementary happened to her instead. We need to understand Springfield Elementary as a physical fact before we can understand what it did to Edna. It is a school that has been consistently underfunded, systematically neglected, and managed by an administrator. Principal Skinner or Armin Tamzarian, or whoever the man behind the desk actually is, whose primary qualification for leadership is that he survived a war. The building itself is held together by will and outdated maintenance agreements. The resources available to teachers are inadequate in the ways that the resources in underfunded schools are always inadequate. Insufficient materials, too many students, not enough time, never enough time. Edna has been there for years. The exact number shifts with the floating timeline, but the implication is consistent. She has been at this desk in this classroom with these children for long enough that the original idealism has been compressed by time into something more durable but less warm. She is not idealistic anymore. She is professional in the particular way that professional comes to mean after idealism has been replaced. The show goes on, the lessons get taught, the papers get graded, the cigarette gets smoked in the parking lot between periods because without it, the afternoon would be harder to face. She is not a bad teacher. This matters. It would be easy, and the show sometimes invites the easy reading, to look at the cigarette and the boredom and the D- on Bart's paper, and conclude that Edna has simply stopped caring. But stopping caring and caring differently are not the same thing. Edna cares. She cares in the diminished, complicated way that people care when they have been caring about something for a long time without being adequately supported in the caring. She cares about Bart. This is perhaps the most important thing about her that the show handles with any consistency. Bart Simpson is, from any reasonable pedagogical perspective, a challenging student, resistant, performatively indifferent, capable of derailing a lesson in under 30 seconds, constitutionally opposed to the conditions, under which learning is supposed to happen. He is the kind of student who takes more than he gives, who consumes teacher attention and classroom energy in disproportionate quantities, who is remembered rather than forgotten at the end of a school year. Edna has been trying to teach Bart for his entire academic life and failing, by the official metric. He fails her class repeatedly with the consistency of someone practicing a skill. But watch the episodes that spend time with their relationship. Watch the moments when the comedy steps back and something more honest moves in. There are episodes, not many, but they exist, they are in the record, where Edna sees Bart. Not the behavioral problem, not the disruption, not the thing to be managed. The child. She sees the intelligence there, the sideways, uncomfortable, misallocated intelligence that has never been given a context that can use it well. She sees the hurt underneath the performance of not caring. She's not entirely surprised by him in the way that experienced teachers are rarely entirely surprised by any student. She has seen enough children that she knows the shape of the wound even when the wound is being expressed as chaos rather than named. She just doesn't have the resources or the energy to reach it consistently. Not anymore. The years have worn the reaching down to something more intermittent. Her personal life is its own quiet sadness. The show depicts it with the particular mixture of comedy and something more honest that it uses for things it doesn't want to face directly. She is divorced. She was married to someone who is either absent or dead, depending on which episode you're in. The marriage didn't survive. Either the person she married wasn't who she needed, or she was already too tired from the school by the time she came home to have enough of herself left for the relationship, or both things were true simultaneously, as they often are. She dates. The show treats this as comedy. The adult dating pool in Springfield is not depicted as particularly inspiring. And Edna's attempts to find someone function as set pieces of loneliness as joke. But underneath the comedy, there is the real loneliness, the real wanting, the real fact of coming home to a space that has only one person in it, after a day of being surrounded by 30 children who needed things from her, and sitting in the quiet and being alone. She had an online relationship with Homer. This is one of the more unexpectedly touching subplots in the show's middle period. Edna and Homer connecting anonymously through the internet, finding something in each other that they couldn't find in the people around them. Edna finding someone who was warm and present and funny, and not immediately dismissive of her. Homer finding someone who saw something in him worth engaging with. The connection was real by the show's measure. It was real and it was doomed, and when the identities were revealed, the catastrophic sitcom standard unmasking, it became a joke. But the thing underneath the joke was not a joke. She wanted someone. She has always wanted someone. Not in the desperate, dehumanizing way that loneliness sometimes becomes, but in the simple human sense. A person, a companion, someone whose life intersects with hers at a meaningful depth, someone who sees her. And then she met Ned. Ned Flanders and Edna Krabappel. This is, in retrospect, one of the more radical things the show did in its later years. The two characters who had been single longest. The two characters whose solitudes had been established most thoroughly. Finding each other not through some dramatic plot mechanism, but through simple proximity and time, through being in the same town in the same years, and eventually turning toward each other because they were there and the warmth was real. Their relationship is depicted in the episodes it occupies with more care than many of the show's romantic plots receive. They have conversations, real ones, in which something passes between them that is not about the plot or the joke or the setup for the next episode's conflict. They are kind to each other. They are patient with each other's differences. His faith, her secular skepticism, his relentless positivity, her hard-won guardedness. They make space for each other. And then Marcia Wallace died, and Edna died with her. The show retired the character with a chalkboard message and a genuine pause in its comedy. A pause that felt earned, that felt like the show acknowledging something real rather than simply closing a file. Her absence is a loss in the show's universe in the specific way that a character like Edna is a loss. She was specific. She was not a type or a function. She was a person built up over years from particular details and particular jokes and particular moments of unexpected humanity. And the losing of her leaves a gap in the show's texture that nothing has adequately filled. She was the teacher who stayed, in a school that gave her very little, in a town that valued her work without adequately compensating it, in a life that was often lonely and sometimes funny and occasionally, in the moments with Ned, in the moments when something cracked through the professional armor, genuinely full of warmth. She stayed. She kept teaching. She kept grading the papers, even Bart's. That is not nothing. In Springfield, that is quite a lot. Section 15, Patty and Selma Bouvier, the sisters who stayed behind. When you look at Marge Simpson and you see someone who gave up a great deal to build her family, the career, the independence, the specific ambition she might have had, it is useful to also look at her sisters, because her sisters are what an alternate life looks like. Not a better life, not a worse life, a different one built on different choices, shaped by different losses, carrying its own specific weight. Patty and Selma Bouvier are Marge's sisters. They are twins, though the show rarely makes much of the twinness. They are more often deployed as a unit, a combined force of skepticism and cigarette smoke, and a particular kind of feminine endurance that has survived the disappointment of everything they thought they were going to have and arrived at something that looks, from the outside, like hardness, but is, from the inside, something more like armor. They are DMV employees. This is where they have worked for the entirety of the show's run, in the specific purgatory of a government office that exists to process the requirements of a citizenry that does not particularly want to be there. The DM5 is, in the comedy register of the show, a joke. The bureaucratic wasteland, the fluorescent-lit patience trial, the place you go when you have to and leave as quickly as possible. Patty and Selma have been there for decades. They know this. They work there anyway. They smoke. Relentlessly, specifically, with the committed pleasure of people who have decided that this particular pleasure is worth the cost because the cost has already been partially paid and might as well be paid fully. The cigarettes are character shorthand aside. The show uses them as shorthand for a specific kind of lived-in toughness, a world weariness that has been accumulated rather than performed. But they are also in the actual biology of the show's universe, killing them. And the show is aware of this and uses the awareness when it suits the story and ignores it when it doesn't. They hate Homer. We have discussed this in the context of what it means for Marge that people who love her hate her husband. But let's sit with the sisters themselves for a moment and ask what the hating means for them, what it costs them, or gives them, or says about who they are. They hate Homer because Homer is not good enough for Marge. This is the explicit reason, the one they state plainly and repeatedly and with the kind of conviction that comes from people who have never seriously questioned a judgment they formed early. Homer was not good enough for Marge in 1987 when they got married, and he has not become good enough since. And the persistence of their contempt is not really about Homer updating or failing to update. It is about a fixed conclusion applied to an ongoing situation. But there is something underneath the explicit reason that the show circles without landing on. Patty and Selma did not marry. They came of age at roughly the same time Marge did, in the same family, presumably with some version of the same expectations about what life was supposed to look like. And they made different choices, or different choices were made for them, or some combination of the two. and they ended up at the DM vibe and the cigarettes and the shared apartment. They love Marge. This is very important to hold on to. Underneath the dysfunction of how they express it, the intrusive visits, the relentless criticism of Homer, the way their presence tends to increase rather than decrease the chaos of the Simpson household, there is genuine love for their sister. They want Marge to be well. They worry about Marge in the specific way of people who see something in a person they love that the person can't quite see themselves, who know a version of Marge that precedes Homer and the house and the apron, and who cannot help every time they visit trying to reach that version. The problem is that the reaching often comes out as attack. The love expresses as criticism. The care manifests as undermining. This is the particular dysfunction of families where the language of love was never quite sorted out, where the emotion is real but the expression keeps landing wrong, where everyone means well and it keeps coming out badly. Selma's adoption storyline is one of the more genuinely human things the show did with these characters in its later years. She wants a child. She has wanted a child for a long time. The want is not performed, not set up as a punchline about a spinster wanting something she can't have. It is real, and the show treats it as real, and the process by which she navigates the adoption system and eventually brings a child home is depicted with something approaching full seriousness. She becomes a mother. The episode in which she holds her adopted daughter for the first time and something shifts in her face, the armor dropping, just briefly, the hardness replaced by something that is maybe the oldest and most uncomplicated version of herself, is one of the more quietly powerful things the show accomplished with a character who spent most of her run as a comedy prop. She was not only a comedy prop, none of them are when the show looks at them long enough. They are people who made lives from what was available, who built identities from the materials they had, who love their sister in the crooked, difficult, real way that siblings love each other when they share a history that neither of them fully understood while they were living it. Patty came out in a later season. The episode handles it with more care than many of the show's social issue episodes manage. Not perfectly, but with evident good faith. And with the specific care of the show for a character it has spent 15 years building. Patty is gay. She was always gay. All the years of the spinster jokes, all the years of the failed dates, and the contempt for Homer, which the revelation recontextualizes slightly, was always about something more specific than simply Marge deserving better. All of it was the life of someone who couldn't be fully visible, who found workarounds, who made do. She found workarounds in Springfield, in the only life available to her, in the specific cultural and historical moment in which she came of age. She built what she could and maintained what she built and loved her sister from behind the armor, and smoked her cigarettes and processed your driver's license with the efficiency and warmth of someone who has given up on enthusiasm but never on showing up. Together, Patty and Selma are what Marge might have been if the marriage hadn't happened. They are the version of her life from which Homer was subtracted. And the show is careful in the way that it is careful when it is at its best. Not to say definitively whether the subtraction would have been a loss or a gain. It shows you both versions. It shows you the woman with the family and the woman without and says, these are lives. Both of them are lives. Both of them are real. The sisters stayed behind in ways that Marge didn't. And they carried what they carried, and they built what they built. And they will keep coming over uninvited on the holidays and smoking their cigarettes in the kitchen and saying things about Homer that no one wants to hear. They love her is the thing. They always have. They just don't know how to say it in a language that doesn't also hurt. Section 16. The town itself. Springfield as a character. We have been talking about characters. Specific people with names and histories and damage and love. But Springfield is also a character. The town itself has an identity, a psychology, a set of behaviors that pattern across decades with the consistency of something that is not accidental. We talked about this briefly in the context of the Principal and the Pauper episode. The revelation that Springfield operates through collective denial, through the social agreement to not see the things that would require too much of the community to see. But let's go deeper into what the town actually is. What kind of place produces the people we've been sitting with tonight? Springfield is a working class town. This is its foundational economic fact, the one that shapes everything else. It has one primary employer of significance, the nuclear plant. And the rest of its economy is built around the services and small businesses that exist to support the people the plant employs. It is the kind of American town that was common in the mid 20th century and that has been since the 1980s in various stages of slow economic contraction. The industries that built it becoming less central, the jobs becoming less secure, the prosperity that once seemed permanent turning out to have been conditional. The people who live in Springfield are not wealthy. Homer's economic anxiety is the show's constant background hum. The bills that keep appearing, the money that is never quite enough, the dreams that get abandoned. Not because they were bad dreams, but because the economics of the life he is actually living don't have room for them. This is real in Springfield, and it is real in the country that Springfield reflects. The American working class in a period of extended economic stress, managing the gap between what they were told to expect and what they have. The nuclear plant is the town's heart and the town's poison simultaneously. It is what keeps the lights on. It is also what is making everyone sick, if the radiation theory is correct, if the show is telling us something true behind its jokes. The thing that sustains the town is the thing that is destroying it. This is not an uncommon story in American industrial towns. The factory that employs the town is also the factory that pollutes the river. The mine that employs the community is also the mine that collapses on its workers. But Springfield makes the contradiction visible in a way that real towns often don't, because the contradiction is fluorescent yellow and working the night shift in Sector 7G. Burns owns the plant. Burns does not live in Springfield, not in the sense of being embedded in it. He lives in his mansion, elevated literally and figuratively above the town, connected to it through the mechanism of employment and dependency, but not through the ordinary textures of community life. He does not shop at Apu's store. He does not eat at the diner. He does not go to church or the school play or the town meeting, except when the plot requires his presence at one of those places. He is of Springfield in the sense that he profits from it and depends on it, but he is not in Springfield in the sense of being part of it. This distance is itself a form of power. He can do what he does to Springfield because he is not close enough to see it clearly, or because he is close enough to see it clearly, and has decided that what he sees is acceptable. Either reading is possible. The show gives you both. The town meeting is one of Springfield's most persistent democratic institutions. The citizens gather, they debate, they vote, they make collective decisions about their shared life with a process that looks, on the surface, like civic engagement, like the machinery of democracy functioning as intended. But the town meeting is also where the denial mechanism is most visible. The things that don't get raised at town meetings. The environmental contamination that is never the agenda item. The questions about burns that never get asked in the room where they could be heard by the right people. The way the meeting's energy gets redirected again and again toward the problem that is already being discussed, rather than the problem that hasn't been named yet. Springfield is good at not naming things. It has been good at this for a long time. The yellow skin and the four fingers and the three-eyed fish and the billionaire who remembers the Spanish-American War. None of these things are the subject of sustained community conversation. None of them have been put to a vote. None of them have generated the kind of organized response that a community with adequate cognitive function and adequate institutional support would generate. The town has a newspaper, the Springfield Shopper. It has theoretically the infrastructure of a free press, the mechanism by which a community is supposed to hold its institutions accountable, the place where the questions that don't get raised at meetings can be raised in print. The Springfield Shopper is a joke. It has always been a joke. Its journalism is a parody of journalism. Its investigations are either non existent or comically misaimed. Its institutional function, accountability, transparency, the public record, is honored in the breach. And yet, the town persists. It keeps going, day after day, episode after episode, year after year. The people in it keep finding things worth caring about. They build things, they celebrate things, they come together in crisis, however badly, and they try to help each other, however imperfectly. The Christmas pageant happens. The Little League team plays. The community barbecue occurs every summer with the combination of optimism and disaster that Springfield brings to all of its collective endeavors. There is love in this town, not institutional love, not the love of a well-functioning civic infrastructure, the love of people who know each other, who have been neighbors for decades, who show up when showing up is what's needed, even when the showing up is clumsy and insufficient. The love of Homer bringing donuts to the department because he forgot to show up for something else. The love of Ned driving people to the hospital even though he knows Homer will never adequately thank him. The love of Apu keeping the store open all night because someone is always going to need something. Springfield has failed its people in large and structural ways. It has also, in the daily texture of its existence, given them something that is real and worth having: each other. The specific, imperfect, insufficient, genuine community of people who have been together long enough to know each other's damage and show up anyway. That's not nothing. After everything we've examined tonight, all the ways the town poisons and constrains and erases and denies, it's worth sitting with that. The love that runs underneath all the damage, that persists despite the contamination, that keeps the Simpsons on the couch on Sunday night, and Ned's light on next door, and Apu's store open in the dark. Springfield is a disaster. Springfield is also home. These things are not contradictions in the life of a place any more than they are contradictions in the life of a family. They are just the truth. Complicated, unresolved, ongoing. The show keeps going. The town keeps going. The loop keeps running, and somewhere in Springfield tonight, in the soft yellow light of an improbable place, the people are going on with their lives. Homer is thinking about donuts. Marge is worrying about something. Bart is planning something inadvisable. Lisa is reading. Maggie is watching. They're all right where they're supposed to be. Section 17. Krusty the Clown. The man behind the makeup. There is a man inside the makeup. There has always been a man inside the makeup, and the distance between the man and the makeup, the distance between Herschel, Schmoikel, Pinchas, Yeruham, Krustovsky, and the thing he became in order to survive, is one of the more genuinely tragic spans in the show's entire architecture. Krusty the Clown is one of Springfield's most visible figures. He has a television show. He has a franchise. He has a brand that extends across fast food and merchandise and personal appearances and the particular cultural real estate that comes with being the entertainer that an entire generation of Springfield children grew up watching. He is famous in the way that local television performers used to be famous. Deeply, specifically, personally famous to the people in the radius of his transmission. Less famous to everyone outside it, carrying the weight of being a significant presence in a bounded world. He is also a mess. He drinks. He gambles. His business decisions are poor. His financial planning is catastrophically inadequate. His health habits are the habits of someone who has decided at some level that the body's objections to how he is treating it are someone else's problem. He is, by the standard markers, a man who has not handled his life particularly well. But the mess is not the most interesting thing about Krusty. The most interesting thing about Krusty is his father. Rabbi Hyman Kristofsky is Krusty's father, and their relationship is one of the show's great recurring sources of genuine pain underneath the comedy. Rabbi Kristofsky wanted a son who would follow him into religious life, who would carry the tradition, who would use the obvious intelligence and presence and performer's instinct that Krusty clearly has in service of something the rabbi could recognize as meaningful. He wanted a rabbi. He got a clown. This sounds like a joke. It is a joke. The show tells it as a joke. The contrast between the sacred and the slapstick is a joke that plays reliably. But underneath the joke is the real story of a father and a son who love each other and cannot find a language for the love that doesn't require one of them to be something he isn't. Krusty wanted his father's approval. He always wanted his father's approval. The wanting is so deep and so consistent and so thoroughly unmet for most of his adult life that it became the organizing grief of his existence. The absence that the makeup and the franchise and the television show and the audience laughter are all, in some sense, attempts to fill. He became famous because he needed to be seen. He needed to be seen because his father couldn't see him. The clown is the man's attempt to be loved by the people who would not withhold what his father withheld. It works, technically. The audience loves Krusty. Springfield loves Krusty. Children have grown up with his face as one of the faces of their childhood, which is something, which is more than nothing. But it doesn't work in the way he needs it to work because the audience is not his father. And the laughter of strangers is not the same thing as the specific, particular warmth of being known and accepted by the person whose acceptance you have needed since before you could name the need. Bart becomes Krusty's champion at various points in the show's history. The relationship between them is one of the show's more unexpected emotional investments. A child who idolizes a performer and is gradually let into the reality behind the performance, and who does not love the performer less for seeing the reality, but perhaps loves him differently, more specifically with the particular tenderness of someone who has seen behind the curtain and decided that what's there is still worth caring for. Krusty is selfish with Bart. He is occasionally thoughtless, occasionally exploitative in the casual way of people who are used to being served by the people who love them. But he is also, in the moments that count, there, he shows up. He cares, in his limited, damaged show business way, about the boy who believed in him. His relationship with Sideshow Bob is its own dark comedy. Bob, the intelligent, bitter, trapped genius we discussed at length earlier, was Krusty's assistant. Was the man standing to the side taking the pies? Was the intelligence and competence that made Krusty's show run while Krusty got the applause? And then Bob framed him. And Krusty went to prison briefly and was humiliated publicly and returned to his show with the particular resilience of someone who has already been broken in several of the ways that breaking is possible and has simply decided to continue. He continues. That's what Krusty does. When you strip away the jokes and the franchise failures and the gambling debts and the health problems, he continues. The show goes on. He gets back in the makeup. He does the bit. He makes the children of Springfield laugh, and he counts it as something, counts it as enough, or makes himself count it as enough, because the alternative is to stop, and stopping is not something he knows how to do. He reconciled with his father. In one of the show's best episodes, Like Father, Like Clone, Bart and Lisa engineer a reconciliation between Krusty and Rabbi Kristofsky, and the reconciliation happens genuinely and warmly. And something that had been wrong for decades is made right in the space of 20 minutes. It is the show at its most hopeful about the possibility of repair, the possibility that the damage done between fathers and sons, between the life a parent wanted and the life a child chose, can be addressed, can be acknowledged, can be transformed into something that carries the love without carrying the wound. The reconciliation is real. It holds. In subsequent appearances, the relationship is better. Not perfect. The show doesn't do perfect, but better. Something opened that had been closed, and the opening let in some warmth, and the warmth was real. Krusty the Clown made his father a grandfather. Not through the performance, not through the franchise, not through anything the makeup could do. Through the simple, direct fact of being a person in relation to another person, willing to try again, willing to ask for what he needed even after a lifetime of not getting it. That is not a small thing. In Springfield, in the register of things people actually manage to do with their damage, it is a considerable thing. The makeup is still there when he goes out on stage. The clown is still the clown. But the man inside it is a little less alone than he used to be. That's how it goes sometimes. Slowly, imperfectly, better. Section 18, Mo Shislak, The Loneliness of the Man. Behind the bar. Mo Shislak owns a bar. In the geography of Springfield's emotional landscape, Mo's Tavern occupies a specific and irreplaceable position. It is the place where the men of Springfield go when they don't want to be anywhere else, when they need to be somewhere that asks nothing of them except that they occupy a stool and drink what's in front of them. It is the gravity well of masculine escape in a town that generates a great deal of need for masculine escape. Homer goes to Moe's. He goes regularly, reliably, with the consistency of a man who has discovered that this specific place, with this specific person behind the bar, offers him something he can't find anywhere else. Not just the beer, something in the atmosphere, something in the absence of requirement. Mo provides this. He has always provided this. And in the providing, in the 30 years of filling Homer's glass and listening to Homer's problems, and being the stationary presence behind the bar while Homer's chaos orbits him, Mo has built a life that is, from the outside, almost entirely defined by other people's needs. He is lonely. This is the central, consistent, almost painfully persistent fact of Moe's characterization. He has been lonely in every season, in nearly every episode that takes him seriously, for the entire run of the show. He has tried repeatedly and with increasing creative desperation to find someone. The dating plots always end badly. The relationships never hold. He is rejected, stood up, abandoned, left behind, with the particular regularity of someone for whom the universe seems to have specifically arranged that romantic connection will always be just out of reach. Why? The show gives us several answers, none of them fully satisfying, because the fully satisfying answer to why someone is lonely is rarely a single clean reason. He is ugly in the conventional Hollywood sense. The show uses his physical appearance as a running source of his romantic failures. He is coarse. He has a temper. His life choices, the bar, the permanent residence, and the working class register of Springfield, the absence of the kind of polish that certain kinds of romantic success seem to require, make him a difficult match for people with other expectations. But none of that is the whole story. Because Mo is also, in the episodes that give him space to be, genuinely kind. He is kind to Homer in ways that Homer doesn't always deserve. He is kind to the regulars, to Barney and Lenny and Carl, with the specific, unglamorous kindness of someone who has decided that the people in front of him are worth caring about, even when caring about them is inconvenient. He is a good bar owner in the sense that the best bar owners are good. He knows his people, he knows what they need, he creates a space that holds them. He was once a child boxer. This is one of the details about Mo that the show drops and doesn't always pick up, but which sits in the background of his history with the weight of something formative. He was a child in the boxing world, which is a world that uses children up with a particular efficiency, that takes the hunger and the toughness and the willingness to fight that desperate circumstances produce in children and turns it into a spectacle for adults who want to watch something desperate. He was used. He was good at being used, which is the worst kind of being good at something. He survived it. He is still here behind the bar with the face that the boxing and the years and the general difficulty of being Mo Shislak have given him. He has been here a long time. He will probably be here a long time more. He almost lost the bar. More than once, through financial mismanagement, through bad decisions, through the particular vulnerability of small businesses, to the economic vagaries of a town that doesn't always have money to spend on beer. And every time the bar was threatened, something in Mo was threatened that went deeper than the business. Because the bar is not just a business, it is the form his life has taken, the shape his particular combination of skills and limitations and circumstances has produced. And without it, he doesn't know what he would be. Without it, he is not sure there is a he. He makes up drinks. This is one of the gentler running gags the show has with Mo, his elaborate cocktail inventions, the sophisticated bartending that exists in strange counterpoint to the dive bar aesthetic of his establishment. The glimpse it provides of someone who has more going on than his circumstances require him to express. He knows things about flavor and balance and the construction of something that works. He does this for people who mostly just want another Duff. He does the prank calls with Bart. The show established early that Bart calls Moe's Tavern and asks for people with names that, when read aloud in a bar, become obscene jokes. This is played as straightforward comedy, as a running gag with a reliable structure. But there is something slightly melancholy about the gag when you look at it from Moe's perspective. The man who falls for it every time, who keeps getting tricked, who keeps putting down the phone and going back to wiping the bar, who cannot quite learn the lesson and close the trap, either because he can't or because at some level the call, even the prank call, even the ridicule, is contact. Is someone on the other end of the line, is someone whose voice he hears. He needs connection. He has always needed connection. The bar provides a version of it, the steady company of the same men, night after night, the rituals of pouring and drinking, and the conversation that flows around and through the drinking. But it is connection at a remove. Connection that is mediated by the transaction of the bar, by the fact that he is behind the bar and they are in front of it, and there is a counter between them that is also always something more than just a counter. He wants to be on the other side of it. He has always wanted to be on the other side of it, the person who sits down and is taken care of, the person who doesn't have to be the one providing, the person whose glass gets filled by someone else. He has never figured out how to get there. The bar is his home. It is also his cage in its way. Not built by someone else, not installed by a therapist or constructed by circumstance or engineered by a billionaire's grudge. Built by himself out of the materials of his own limitations, reinforced by the years of being the place everyone comes to and no one thinks to take care of. He will pour another beer. He will wipe the bar with the rag that has wiped this bar for decades. He will listen to Homer talk about Marge for the 10,000th time, and he will give the advice that Homer won't take, and he will watch Homer leave, and he will stand there in the quiet of the empty bar at 2 in the morning, and he will be there, exactly where he has always been. Mo Shislak, behind the bar, alone. Still there in the morning when they come back. Section 19. What they all share. The invisible thread. We have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We have moved from house to house, character to character, and in the moving we have found a pattern. Not a conspiracy pattern, not a hidden order that explains everything with geometric elegance. A human pattern, the pattern of people shaped by forces larger than themselves, trying to live inside the shapes that were made of them, finding love and damage and stubborn persistence in roughly equal measure. What Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie and Burns and Ned and Mona and Bob and Apu and Wiggum and Edna and Patty and Selma and Krusty and Mo all share, the invisible thread that runs through every character we have sat with tonight, is that they were all formed by something they didn't fully choose. Homer by his mother's absence and his father's silence and the radiation and the crayon. Marge by the structures that told her what a woman's life was supposed to look like and what parts of her own life were and were not hers to keep. Bart by the insufficiency of everyone who was supposed to teach him how to be. Lisa by the particular loneliness of being too much for the world available to her. And so on. And so on through every name we have named tonight. None of them chose what made them. None of them could. The making happens before the choosing is possible. In the early years when you are just a body in a world and the world is making you whether you consent to the making or not. What they did choose, what each of them chose in their different ways with their different tools, is what to do with the making, how to carry it, whether to pretend it isn't there or to name it without being able to change it, or to build a life around working with it, or to spend a lifetime trying to get free of it. Homer chose the fog when the clarity was too painful, and he chose Marge with a completeness that the fog couldn't touch. And he chose to cover the sign with Maggie's face and keep going. These are Homer's choices, genuinely his, made in the middle of everything that constrained him. Marge chose to stay and to love and to hold and to put her art in the closet and to keep the art alive enough to take out sometimes and to hum when things were going wrong because the hum was hers and no one could take it. Bart chose chaos and loyalty and the particular courage of the kid who doesn't know the odds yet. Lisa chose to keep asking the questions even when no one wanted to hear them, and to play her saxophone to the window, and to be 8 years old in Springfield with everything that costs and everything it contains. These choices are real. They are made inside conditions that aren't chosen, and in circumstances that are frequently unjust, and in a town that has systematically failed to be what a town should be for the people who live in it. But they are real. They count. The show has been running for 35 years. It will, in all likelihood, keep running. The family will keep sitting on the couch, the credits will keep rolling, the music will keep playing. And the thing the show has been saying, quietly, underneath all the noise, is something very simple. It has been saying these are people with histories and wounds and love and the specific, irreducible fact of being themselves in a world that keeps trying to make them into something simpler. It has been saying, even when the circumstances are this absurd, even when the damage is this visible, even when the system is this broken, and the water is this poisoned, and the man who signs your paycheck is this malevolent, even then, there are people trying to be good to each other, trying to stay, trying to make something worth making. It is not enough. It has never been enough. But it is what there is. And the people of Springfield keep doing it. And we keep watching them do it. And somewhere in the watching, there is something true about us. We are watching ourselves. We have been watching ourselves for 35 years. And the yellow faces and the four fingers and the overbites and the impossible resilience and the ordinary human love. We are watching ourselves. That's why we can't let them go. That's why at this hour, in whatever room you are in, you are still here. Because they are us, and they are still going, and so are we. Section 20, Barney Gumble, the man who could have been anything. There's an episode of The Simpsons that most people have forgotten that exists quietly in the middle seasons of the show, like a sealed room in a house that no one enters anymore. And inside that room, there's a film. A short film made by Barney Gumble submitted to a film festival that the show presents as genuinely extraordinary. Not extraordinary by the standards of Springfield, not extraordinary by the modest benchmark of a small town art festival. Extraordinary. The kind of art that makes other artists feel simultaneously inspired and insufficient. The kind that announces a real talent working at the top of its register. Barney Gumble made that film. Barney Gumble, the large man at the end of the bar, the man who belches, the man whose primary function in the social architecture of Moe's Tavern is to be the cautionary tale. The man who exists in the perpetual present tense of someone for whom time stopped the moment the drinking started. Barney Gumble made something that was genuinely, unmistakably, undeniably good. And then he got a beer as a prize, and the film was forgotten. And Barney went back to the stool. This is one of the darkest things The Simpsons ever did. And it did it quietly, without ceremony, in a way that most viewers probably laughed at and moved past without quite registering what had just happened. What had just happened was this. The show gave you, for a moment, the version of Barney Gumble that was always possible. The version that exists inside the man at the bar. Inaccessible most of the time, but real. Completely real. And then it showed you the door slamming on that version. The return to the familiar shape, the reassertion of the Barney that Springfield had made and that Barney had become. And that was by this point in his life so thoroughly established that even a moment of genuine creative triumph couldn't dislodge it. Who was Barney before the drinking? The show tells us, in fragments, in the way it tells us everything about the lives its characters had before the loop started. He was Homer's best friend before the nuclear plant, before the adult lives, before the divergence that took Homer to Marge and a house and a family and took Barney to the stool at Moe's. They were close. They had the specific closeness of two young men who found each other in the particular loneliness of early adulthood and who felt, briefly, the sense that someone else saw the world the way they did. Barney was, by various accounts the show drops and doesn't pick up, something more than what he became. There are suggestions, glimpses, of a young man who had things ahead of him, who could have been a doctor, who was smart in the ways that the show tends to underplay when the character has become the butt of the joke, who made choices or had choices made for him and ended up at the bar. The drinking started in high school or around it. The exact origin shifts with the show's floating timeline, but the shape is consistent. Barney drank once, possibly because Homer introduced him to it, and something in the drinking fit a shape that had been waiting for something to fill it. And the fitting was complete in the way that problematic fits are always complete. It wasn't the first drink that was the problem. It was the discovery of the relief. The discovery that whatever the difficult thing was, the ambient anxiety, the specific grief, the particular difficulty of being Barney Gumble in a world that had not quite clarified why he was here or what he was supposed to do with himself. The difficult thing became manageable with the drinking in a way it hadn't been manageable without it. He became a person organized around the drinking. Not immediately, not dramatically, but gradually. In the way that these reorganizations happen, the drinking became central, became the planning horizon, became the context in which everything else occurred. Moe's Tavern became the address. The stool became the home. The life narrowed to fit the drinking. There's an episode in which Barney gets sober. He goes through treatment, achieves sobriety with genuine effort, and emerges as someone different, calmer, clearer, more specifically present in his own life. He starts flying a helicopter. He finds things he's good at, things the drinking obscured. He is, briefly, a person who is becoming something. and then he relapses. The episode in which he relapses is handled with more honesty than the show usually manages for this kind of story. It is not a failure of will, not a moral collapse, not the punishment of someone who chose the wrong thing. It is simply the way relapse works. The moment of vulnerability, the specific kind of pain that the drinking was originally developed to manage, the reappearance of the thing the sobriety hadn't yet found another way to handle. He goes back to the bar. The film existed. That's the thing to hold on to about Barney. The film existed, and it was real, and he made it. Whatever he is now, whatever the years of drinking have cost him in cognitive clarity and physical health, and the accumulated social capital that clean, functional people build over their adult lives, whatever the cost, the film is in the record. The talent is in the record. The version of him that could make something extraordinary is not hypothetical. It happened once. It is there. The show tells you this and then moves on, because the show always moves on. But it told you. Barney Gumble is more than the stool and the belch and the cautionary tale. He is a man whose life went one way and could have gone another, and who lives in the living with the knowledge of the other way, whether he can access that knowledge clearly or not. In Springfield, there are many people like this. People who are smaller than they could be, who are living in the contracted version of themselves, who had a film inside them in various forces, internal, external, institutional, accidental, conspired to keep it mostly on the shelf. Barney's story is not unique in Springfield. It is, in fact, very common. The town is full of people who narrowed, who contracted, who found the thing that made the difficulty manageable and organized their lives around it. The difference with Barney is that the show let you see it clearly, let you see the film and the beer and the door closing, let you witness the cost in real time rather than inferring it from the absence. That witnessing is the show being honest about something it usually handles with a joke and a cut to the next scene. It is the show saying, here is what is lost. Here is the shape of the life that didn't happen. Here it is, and now here's the beer, and now here's the door. He will be at the bar tomorrow. Moe will pour him something, Homer will come in and sit next to him. The show will continue. The stool will be occupied. The film will still be there. Somewhere in whatever archive records the things that happened in Springfield, even when Springfield has decided to forget them, it happened. It was real. Section 21. On Forgetting. Springfield and the mercy of the reset. We have been here for a long time tonight. We have walked through rooms and sat with people and looked at things slowly and carefully. And we have found, everywhere we looked, some version of the same thing. The weight of what has happened, pressing down on people who keep going anyway. And we have noted throughout something that the show does which seems at first like a flaw and turns out to be something more complicated. It forgets. It resets. The catastrophe happens and the credits roll and the next episode begins and the catastrophe is gone. Not resolved, not addressed, not transformed into wisdom or policy or scar tissue. Just gone. The slate is clean. Springfield wakes up the same size it was before the earthquake. The relationships are intact after the fight that should have ended them. Homer goes back to work after the incident that should have gotten him fired permanently. We have, in the course of this night, considered several explanations for this. The radiation theory says the population's memory is damaged by the contamination. The coma theory says the resets are the natural cycling of a dreaming brain. The principle in the pauper theory says the town collectively chooses to forget, because forgetting is safer than remembering. But let me offer one more reading, a gentler one, before we close. What if the forgetting is mercy? What if Springfield's inability to carry the weight of its accumulated disasters, its habit of waking up clean on the other side of catastrophe, is not a pathology but a gift? Not a failure of memory, but a form of grace? The grace of starting over. The grace of being the kind of place where the worst thing that happened last week does not permanently define the week that follows. Real life does not work this way. Real life carries everything forward. The damage accumulates. The record is kept. The things that happened in 1989 are still happening. In some sense, in 2025, because time is a continuum, and what occurs in it is not erased by the passage of more of it. We carry our histories. We are our histories in ways we can see and ways we can't, in ways that help us and ways that impede us. Springfield doesn't have to do that. Springfield, by the logic of its construction, gets to lay down the weight at the end of each episode. The family gets to come back to the couch. The relationships get to reset to baseline. The love is refreshed, the damage is absorbed, and everyone gets to try again. This is not realistic. It is not how things work. It is, in a certain important sense, a lie. A comforting, structuring lie that allows the show to keep telling stories without being crushed under the weight of its own accumulated sorrow. But it is also, in its way, a kind of dream. The dream of a world where consequences don't compound forever, where love is not diminished by the thousandth repetition of the same fight, where a family can be broken and return to wholeness without the wholeness being permanently colored by the breaking. Homer and Marge have fought the same fight for 35 years. They have had the conversation about Homer's selfishness and Marge's suppressed needs, and the marriage is ongoing negotiation of two people who love each other and are not always good at showing it. They have had this conversation hundreds of times, and in the show's logic, each time is the first time in the sense that neither of them is carrying the full weight of the previous 400 conversations into the current one. They get to choose each other again. Each episode, in some sense, they are choosing again. The choosing is not passive, not the inertia of a relationship that has outlasted its choosing. It is active, present, renewed. And while this is clearly a function of the show's episodic structure rather than a deliberate philosophical statement, it produces, in the watching, a version of love that looks and feels like love at its most essential. Not the love of a long relationship, compacted by time and disappointment into something more obligation than feeling, but the love that remains continuously aware of itself, continuously choosing. The loop is not only a trap, the loop is also, depending on the moment and the episode and the angle from which you're watching, a gift. The gift of returning. The gift of the family always being on the couch. The gift of the beer being cold and the children being young. And the house being there on Evergreen Terrace in the soft yellow light of Springfield's impossible geography. We talked at the beginning about why we can't let them go. Why after 35 years the show keeps running and we keep watching and the loop keeps turning. And there are many answers. The nostalgia, the cultural embeddedness, the specific quality of the comedy at its best, the characters who are deep enough to reward revisiting. But underneath all of those reasons, I think, is this one. They get to keep going. Every episode, they get to start again. The family survives. The love persists. The house is still there. Homer stumbles through the door at 5:30 after another day at the plant, and Marge is in the kitchen, and the kids are being kids, and the ordinary, impossible miracle of a family persisting in the middle of everything that makes families hard is happening again as if for the first time. We watch this because we need to see it. Because in our own lives, time does not reset. Wounds do not simply close between credits. The things we've said cannot always be unsaid, and the things we have done cannot always be undone. We carry everything forward. The weight accumulates. Springfield carries nothing forward. And in the watching of Springfield carrying nothing forward, we get, briefly, the vicarious relief of a world where the carrying is set down, where the family is always just beginning, always on the couch together, always in the opening frames of an episode that hasn't gone wrong yet. That's the gift of the loop. That's the gift of Springfield beneath all the damage and the darkness we've been sitting with tonight. The reset is not only a lie, the reset is the show saying, here they are again, still here, still trying, still on the couch. You can start over. You can always start over. Not forever, not without consequence, not without the weight of what has come before, but again. One more time. The music plays and the credits roll, and when the next episode begins, they are there. Homer is home. Marge is in the kitchen, humming. Bart is planning something. Lisa is reading. Maggie is watching. They are fine. They are not fine. They are in the middle of everything, and they are surviving it, and they are loving each other in the crooked, insufficient, real way that people love each other. And they're going to be here again next week on the same couch, in the same house, in the impossible yellow light of the place that is everywhere and nowhere, that belongs to everyone and to no one. That is Springfield, forever. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Let the voices drift. Let the yellow faces and the four fingers and the blue hair recede into the warm darkness at the edge of sleep. Let the music play, the one you know, the one that starts the show every time and will start it again next time. And the time after that. They are fine. They are there. The loop runs. Sleep. You made it to the end. I hope it was worth the journey. I hope somewhere in the dark places of Springfield you found something that felt like a truth about more than just a cartoon. If you're reading this at 3 in the morning in Marrakesh, or on a train through Germany, or in your childhood bedroom in a city I've never heard of, tell me in the comments. Tell me where you are and what time it is. There's something I love about knowing that people everywhere have been sitting with these characters tonight, in the dark, letting the warmth of this strange yellow world wash over them. And if you want more nights like this, more slow journeys into the things we love and what they're actually made of, subscribe. The button is right there. The light stays on. Thank you for being here. Good night from Springfield. Good night. Section 22. Carl and Lenny, the friends Homer doesn't deserve. There are two men who have been at Homer's side for 35 years, and the show has spent 35 years not quite looking at them directly. Not because they aren't there, they are always there. Fixtures of the plant and Moe's bar. Constants in Homer's social world. The people whose presence he takes so thoroughly for granted that their names are practically interchangeable in the ambient conversation of the show, but because the show treats them mostly as background. As the warmth in the frame, as the evidence that Homer has friends without quite asking what it means, that Homer has these specific friends and what they see in him and what they've given up or chosen or become in the decades of being at his side. Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson, best friends to each other and in slightly different registers to Homer. Present in every season. Present at the plant, at the bar, at the various catastrophes that constitute Homer's social life. Present. Lenny first. Lenny is, the show suggests this repeatedly without ever fully building it out. Considerably more sensitive than his context rewards. He is the one who gets hurt by things, the one whose feelings are visible at the edges of the jokes, the one who occasionally says something so nakedly honest about his own inner state that the show has to quickly put a punchline on top of it before the honesty becomes too much to hold. He was shot in the eye, or near the eye, in so many episodes, and in such varied ways that the joke became its own recurring form. The slapstick punctuation mark of a man for whom certain types of physical harm are cosmically inevitable. The eye injury is comedy, but there's something in the specificity of it the recurring vulnerability in exactly that spot. That suggests, if you're in the mood to be suggested to, something about Lenny and the difficulty of seeing things clearly, of being a man who notices what the world does and cannot quite protect the noticing from the world. He is not a man who achieved what he expected to achieve. This is implied, not stated. He works at the plant. He has always worked at the plant. The question of whether this is where he planned to be, whether there were other trajectories that the plant foreclosed, is the kind of question the show opens and then closes without fully engaging. But it's there. Lenny has the air of someone who has made peace with his life in the particular way of people who are still, occasionally, surprised by the peace, who find themselves sitting at the bar on a Tuesday night and experiencing briefly the ghost of whatever else was possible before the beer and the conversation pull them back. Carl is different. Carl is one of the few characters in Springfield who seems, across the show's history, to have successfully built a version of himself that matches his actual capacities. He has a PhD. This detail gets mentioned, and then mentioned again across the show's history, dropped in as a revelation that is supposed to be funny, the nuclear plant worker with the doctorate. But that is actually just true. Carl Carlson is significantly overqualified for his job and has chosen to be there anyway. Not because he had no other options, because this is where his people are. This is where Lenny is. This is where Homer is, for better or worse. And the attachments are worth more than the career trajectory. This is, in its quiet way, a radical statement about what a life can be built on. Carl Carlson could be somewhere else. He has the education. He has the intelligence. He has, in various episodes, the emotional stability and the social intelligence that would carry him far in contexts that value those things. He chose Moe's bar and the plant and Lenny and Homer. He chose the friendships over the advancement. There is an episode, A Father's Watch, Adjacent Territory, not specific, where Carl's actual history is glimpsed. The Iceland connection, the family, the roots that go back further and deeper than Springfield. He is, in some episodes, not entirely from here. He was somewhere else before, and he came here and he stayed. The staying was chosen. Carl is one of the few characters in Springfield whose presence there is fully voluntary, fully chosen, not the result of birth or economic necessity or the particular gravity of a town that holds its people whether they can leave or not. He could have left. He didn't. Why? Because of Lenny, partly. The friendship between Carl and Lenny is one of the show's most consistent, quiet pleasures. The ease of it, the genuine warmth, the sense that these two men have been each other's people for long enough that the friendship has become part of the structure of how they exist in the world. Lenny without Carl is incomplete in some way that the show doesn't belabor, but makes visible. Carl without Lenny would be probably more visibly successful in conventional terms and more quietly bereft. And Homer. Homer is the thing they share in the way that certain friendships are held together by a third party who is somehow, against all odds, beloved by both of the others. Homer is not an easy person to maintain a friendship with. He is self-absorbed, unpredictable, demanding of attention and support that he does not always reciprocate at the same level. He is the friend who needs you more than he remembers to show that he needs you, who takes the friendship for granted in the way of someone who cannot quite imagine it not being there. And Carl and Lenny are there, consistently, through the decades and the disasters and the resets and the floating timeline that makes their shared history simultaneously very long and very unclear. They show up for Homer. They show up for each other. They are at the bar when the bar is needed and at the plant when the plant is demanding and present in the particular, undramatic, crucial way that real friendship is present. Not in the grand gestures, but in the showing up. Homer, who has been failed by so many of the people and institutions in his life, his father's coldness, his mother's forced absence, his employer's contempt, the town's casual exploitation of his limitations, has in Carl and Lenny people who have simply been there, who have not required him to be different, or better, or smarter, who have taken him as he is, which is the only way anyone can actually be taken and stayed. He does not adequately appreciate this. He does not, most of the time, consciously recognize what it means that these men are in his life, that the friendship is reliable in a world where very little else is. But the absence of conscious appreciation does not negate the gift. The friendship is real. The loyalty is real. The warmth of the bar and the familiar faces and the understanding that these are your people and they will be here tomorrow. This is real. And it is something the broken man at the center of Springfield's story has managed, somehow, to keep. Carl and Lenny, the friends Homer doesn't deserve and who have decided, for their own reasons, to stay anyway. To be the steady presence. To provide, between them, the specific warmth of people who know you and have decided that the knowing is worth the knowing. The bar will be open tomorrow. The stool will be free. They will be there. Final section. The long goodbye. We have been in Springfield for a long time. It is darker now, or lighter, depending on where you are and how long we have been here together. The room you're in has settled around you, and the world outside it is whatever the world outside it is. Quiet or not, dark or slowly brightening at the edges. We came here tonight to this strange yellow town with its impossible geography and its damaged population and its running loop of a story that has been telling itself for 35 years. And we looked at it slowly. We did not rush. We did not take the jokes at face value. We did not let the bright primary colors and the laugh track and the cartoon physics convince us that there was nothing worth finding underneath. And what we found was people. People who were made by things they didn't choose, who carry weights that were placed on them before they were old enough to understand the placing, who love and fail and keep going with the stubborn, slightly desperate persistence of creatures for whom going is the only available verb. People who are broken in specific ways and who have built specific lives inside the specific shapes of their breaking, who have found things worth caring about in circumstances that make caring about things difficult, who keep showing up for each other across the fence and behind the bar and at the school desk and in the courtroom and on the couch, always on the couch, in the end, which is where we always find them. The family, together, imperfect, present. The show is not going to end. This seems likely. It has outlasted every prediction of its ending, the show should have stopped at season X, every critical consensus that it had run its course. It keeps going. The loop keeps running, and in the running of it, in the ongoing commitment to these specific people in this specific impossible place, the show makes an argument, quietly, without stating it, about what stories are for. Stories are for sitting with people, for slowing down and looking at the lives behind the performances and the masks and the comedy and the damage, for finding in the most unlikely places the evidence that something real is happening. That even in a cartoon, especially in a cartoon where the exaggeration reveals what the realism obscures, there is truth worth finding. Homer is still on the couch. He will be on the couch tomorrow. He will fall asleep on the couch, and Marge will put a blanket over him and go to bed. And in the morning, he will wake up, and the day will begin again. Bart will do something inadvisable. Lisa will read something and be moved by it, and have no one to talk to about being moved. Maggie will watch. Burns will scheme. Ned will wave. Mo will pour. The loop runs. We press pause on ourselves every time we watch. We step out of our own accumulating histories and into the floating present of Springfield, where nothing ever has to permanently end, where the couch is always waiting, where the family is always intact, where the worst thing that happened last week is gone by the time the theme music starts. It is not real. It is one of the truest things there is. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for going slowly with me. Thank you for being the kind of person who, at whatever hour this is, in whatever place you are, wanted to sit with something and understand it more deeply than the surface was offering. That's what Lisa does. Every episode, in her room, with her books and her saxophone, and her enormous 8-year-old heart that is too big for Springfield but will not stop insisting on the feeling things fully. You are doing that too, right now, in your own way. Take that with you. Springfield will be there when you come back. It always is. Good night. Section 23. The Yellow. What it actually means. One final thing before we let Springfield go for the night. One detail that has been sitting in the background of everything we've discussed, visible in every scene, on every face, in every frame of every episode across 35 years of the show. The yellow. Every person in Springfield is yellow. Not beige, not the vague peach of conventional animation, not any color that approximates the range of actual human skin tones. Yellow. Bright, unambiguous, slightly luminous, the color of something that is either very warm or very sick, depending on your angle and your willingness to look. Matt Groening has said that the yellow was a practical choice. Yellow on early television popped. It was distinctive. It made the characters immediately recognizable even in a fast channel flip, even at the edge of your peripheral vision. The yellow was a branding decision, a visibility decision. This is probably true. It almost certainly is true at the level of original intent. But intent is not the only thing that matters in how a thing is interpreted, and the yellow has, over 35 years, accumulated meaning that the original intent didn't plan for. Because we have looked at these yellow people for so long, in so many contexts, through so many layers of story and theory and close reading, that the yellow has become something more than a design choice. It has become a fact about them, part of who they are. And when you hold the yellow alongside the radiation theory, when you hold the specific, bright, slightly wrong yellow of Springfield's people, alongside the fact of the nuclear plant, the contamination, the decades of exposure, the yellow stops reading as arbitrary. It starts reading as the color of what was done to them, the color of the thing in their water and their air and their cellular structure, the color of what decades of proximity to a cracked reactor looks like in the skin of a town that cannot leave. There are real human conditions that cause unusual skin pigmentation. Jaundice, which turns skin yellow, is associated with liver damage. The liver is the organ that processes toxins. A population with compromised liver function, a population living in a contaminated environment, drinking contaminated water, breathing contaminated air for decades, would be a population whose ability to process toxins was impaired, would be a population whose skin might tell the story of the contamination more plainly than any medical report. The yellow might be the most honest thing the show ever told us. Before a word of dialogue, before a joke or a plot point or a theory. Here are the people of Springfield. Look at them. Look at the color the world has given them. They do not see it as unusual. Of course they don't. You cannot see the color of your own skin as unusual when everyone around you is the same color, when the color is the ambient fact of your existence rather than a departure from it. The fish does not notice the water. The Springfield resident does not notice the yellow. But we notice. We have been noticing for 35 years, and we have never quite asked what we're noticing, never quite let the question form completely. What made them this color? What happened here to these people in this place that turned them the color of something that has been changed? The show never answers this. It cannot answer this without ceasing to be what it is. If it named the yellow, if it stood in front of the yellow and said plainly, this is what the plant did, this is what Burns did, this is the color of the harm, it would become a different kind of story. A harder story, a story that carried more weight than comedy can carry without breaking. So it doesn't name it, it just shows it. Every episode, every face, the yellow, constant and luminous and slightly wrong in every frame of the longest running animated series in television history. The people of Springfield are yellow because of what was done to them, or because of where they live, or because the dream is colored by the dreamer's unconscious, or because the show needed something distinctive, or because some combination of all of these things is true simultaneously in the layered, contradiction tolerant way that the best fiction is always true. They are yellow because they are Springfield. They are yellow because something happened here. They are yellow because the world did something to them, and the something left a mark that is visible on their skin every day, and no one in the town ever asks about it. But tonight we asked. Tonight we sat with them and we looked and we asked. That has to count for something. They are still there, yellow and four-fingered and overbiting, on the couch on Evergreen Terrace in the impossible town with no fixed location, in the loop that never ends. They are there, and we saw them. That is enough for tonight.